Hello. 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 It's been a day, guys. I don't know if sleepy is the right word. We could use sleepy. It's been a day is like the best way to say it. It has been a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, it has. Yeah, work was a nightmare today. I'm not gonna lie. It was a rough day. A rough day. What's up, guys? Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the stream. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Nothing much badgering some fellas. Ooh, sounds like a good time. Guns, you're goddamn right. Guys, welcome to the stream. Last night was so much fun. I think we got Papa to be a new fan of Power Rangers. Everybody messaged me and said that they had a good time. So we're probably gonna do that again. And I'm like really excited. I'm really happy. I'm really excited with everything that happened. And yeah, I had a great time. I had so much fun with everybody. So yeah, and more people in the cult. Yes. So we've got the Linkara group that is going through history of Power Rangers. We've got the Connor group that is going through the weird world of Power Rangers, and then we've got Oshi Sentai V Ranger, where it's Kane and I nerding out with Andrea, because we are bringing that back as well. It's been a nightmare, you know. Yeah, new squad. So we've got two groups of people that don't know Power Rangers, and then one group that does, and then we're educating Andrea as part of the thing. So can't wait for the next Power Rangers stream. I don't think it'll be too long. I don't know if I can fit one in next week. If I do, it'll be another 6-stream week, which it could be. You never know. But if it's not next week, it'll probably be the week after. And then I'm going to start looking to schedule in the Connor group. What we're going to call it is like, there's Oshi Sentai, there's Connor group, and Linkara group, and those are the groups. So that way we know which each of the groups are. So, but yeah, I'm very excited for that. I'm really glad that they seem to like it. I'm very excited to keep doing it. I love the Linkara videos. They're really fun. It's so different in a good way. And we got a bunch of comments about it too, that they were like, oh yeah, like Linkara, you know, skips around a lot more and tries to be more concise with the storytelling, and it's less of a retelling of what happens and more of a key moments and opinions and talking and jokes and things like that. And I'm like, yeah, because I like that they're not like Connor's videos. I like having two different types of videos to react to talk about, to vibe about. And especially these videos, Linkara's videos, are much shorter than Connor's. So it is much easier to get through multiple of them in one stream. So the next time the 6 of us get together for Linkara videos, we'll probably finish not only season 3, but I'm assuming we're gonna finish Zio as well, unless we end up watching the movie, which we might do, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, you know? What's up, Molly? Welcome in. Hi, Yumi Neko. Hi, Sugareem. Hi, guys. Yippee! Oh, birthday! Hey, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. I hope you're having a good one. But yeah, very excited for that. And then today, of course, we are continuing our Resident Evil retrospective in video form. So we get to movie time! MMPR movie watch party stream. Ooh. There's no way I could get away with watching that on stream, right? It's on YouTube for free. There's no way I could just get away with watching it on stream, right? The entire thing is on YouTube. I don't think I could. It would probably have to be like we would probably just do a Discord watch party, because that'd be safer, you know? Oh, it's today the anniversary? That's crazy, Rogue. Thank you for telling me. No, I'm excited for the Power Rangers in Space videos to start rewatching. Let's go. Yeah, Power Rangers in Space is going to be a great time too. I'm glad that I feel like every time that we do the Power Rangers videos, we get so many more people coming in, you know, excited about everything and ready to have some fun. So maybe you could do like Niji and Hollow do, have us watch from our own source and you just stream your reaction. Yeah, but then it would have to be like a member only stream, right? Isn't that usually how they do it? Like member only? I don't think I'd hate that. That would also have to be like an extra stream. Like I'd have to like tack it on like an extra day of the week. We could call it like a community night. That could be fun. Also, Apple. Apple. I think it's a good 7. It's a strong 7. Like, I do not complain about this apple. Everything's just good. Nothing's great. Snap was good. Color's good. Smells good. Tastes good. Feels good. Fits in my hand good. You know? Doesn't feel gross. It's not waxy. So, I'll take a 7. That's a strong 7. Strong 7. Yeah. Hell yeah. We take those. We take those, absolutely. What else have we got going on? Oh yeah, tomorrow is the next Resident Evil game that we're playing too. Feels weird to be yapping 2 days in a row. Wait, is it 3 days in a row? Yeah, because Monday was the... We're yapping 3 days in a row. I just realized we've not changed off just chatting since Monday. Yapping 3 days in a row. Can't be me. Can't be me. Can't be me. Yeah, because we did the 4-year anniversary on Monday. We did Power Rangers yesterday, and we're doing Resident Evil today. And then tomorrow we're doing Resident Evil Revelations in one sitting. So that'll be fun. The thing I love about PR is more of the memories associated, not the show itself. When I first saw Lord Zed, I jumped into one of my brother's laps. I was scared. Yeah, I think memories are sometimes really powerful in that regard, because they give us all these really cool moments to kind of relive fun, you know, relive the good times, you know. I think it's really cool like that. I definitely have some fond memories. I unfortunately was not alive when MMPR was airing, so I don't have memories of MMPR specifically. I have memories, I think like the earliest memories I might have are maybe In Space, Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, like that era. I don't like remember clearly. I remember having the toys, but I do remember like, I remember loving it, and it always being the thing that I got really excited about. So always something I really enjoyed, and I'm glad to be able to share that passion. So, and what was this? Exhausted today. Well, hey, no worries. Take care. Rest up. You know. Got my snacks: mushroom Asiago omelet. Whoa. Strawberry cheesecake. Pumpkin spice frappuccino. Mods, ban this person. Mods, shoot that guy. You better have brought enough for me. Mods, shoot that guy. Steal their snacks right now. Shoot that guy. Mods, take them out. Take them out and steal their snacks. Those are my snacks now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Time to steal. How's your voice acting going? Oh, I can finally talk about that thing. I didn't talk about it on stream. I talked about it in Discord, and then yesterday I forgot to talk about it because we were focusing on Power Rangers. I got to celebrate the fact that I am returning as the voice of Lawrence in the new AFMAO series, Mermaid Tales Season 2. Yippee! So, very excited about that. I was very excited to return. Whoa, cool. Heck yeah, yippee. Yippee! OMG, congrats. Thank you. Yeah, I first premiered as Lawrence back in March. So it's been almost 6 months since my last appearance in anything AFMAO related. I'm sure people are like, why were you gone for so long? I can say that there's nothing to say. It literally came down to there just weren't any stories or videos with Lawrence in them. So I definitely remember seeing like a few comments as I scrolled through social media being like, why was he gone for so long? Is everything okay? What's happening? Or is Lawrence getting replaced again? Or is he just dead? What's happening? So there were some funny situations in that regard. But I promise you, everything's kosher, everything's cool, everything's good. It just took a while, you know, and I think everything's worth the wait, you know. All the nicest things come to those who wait. Is there a game or anime series you'd like to voice in someday? Probably something Power Rangers or Super Sentai or Kamen Rider related. I would freaking love that. I'm kicking myself that I didn't start voice acting sooner, because there were obviously two big series, big anime that happened in the past 2 years and that are continuing to happen. At least one of them is, which was Go-Go Loser Rangers, and then the other one was I guess there were two Red Ranger Isekai anime. And I'm kicking myself that I had not started my voice acting journey sooner to be in a better, stronger position to be able to audition for those roles. Because I would have loved to have been part of them. It would have been super cool. The dubs sound great. I think Zeno Robinson especially does amazing in Go-Go Loser Rangers, or Go-Go Loser Ranger. Freaking great. He's incredible. He does amazing work, and yeah, for sure. The Ranger shows are fun. Yeah, I agree. So I think like that is definitely one of the ones I would say. Oh my god, I had like a hiccup there. Ooh, that was close. Man, I almost just died. Game wise, I mean, Resident Evil would be cool, but like I'm not in a, I don't know if I'm in a position that I could realistically voice act in video games. Because, like, at least from the conversations that I've had with some of my friends that are voice actors, like Hayden and Alejandro and Jonah and Rye and, you know, a few others that I've spoken with, Michaela, of course. There are the conversations I've had with them that, like, a lot of voice acting video game stuff is out west in California, in LA. And it's not that I wouldn't be able to find it here in Texas, because I've been very open that I live in Texas. Texas is a lot more suited towards anime, animation, things like that. But also, I'm just not far enough in my voice acting career. I'm not far enough in my voice acting journey that I think that I would be able to justify going out to, like, LA or something like that, which I'd love to. I think it'd be super fun, you know? I'm always scared sharing my passions, just the anxiety of what if they think they think it and I are lame. I get that. I was like that with Power Rangers for a while too. It's why I didn't share it much on stream. It's why I didn't talk about it much. And then, you know, Kane and I dove in, and then we, you know, involved Zeus, and then Zeus died, and then we involved Andrea as her replacement. You know, and then we got the boys together. We got you know, the new squad from yesterday. So that's a quick flight if needed. I mean, Texas is kind of like in the middle of the country. Texas is big. I do think I'm probably closer to LA than I am to Jersey. So probably not a super long flight, maybe like a 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour flight, maybe 5 hours. I don't know. But like to LA is 2 hours. I have no idea. I've never flown to LA. I flew to San Diego and San Francisco, but I've never flown to LA. So I'm not sure. I'll take your word for it. You're never too far from Jersey? Apparently not. Apparently not. And then Zeus died, yeah. And then Zeus died. She had to go where people needed her. You know, she had to go. Her people needed her. Guys, I lit up that candle again. That candle I mentioned last time. I lit up that Reese's Peanut Butter Cup candle again, which does not smell like Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, but it does smell good. And I have that burning right now, so. I love planes, but I've never traveled on one. They're not super comfortable. I'm gonna be 100%. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Also, did my chat get, like, messed up? It's like cut off. Am I crazy? It got, like, cut off. When did that happen? Has it always been like that? I think that's better, right? Control Z, and then I'm like, I don't want to move it too far, but, like, has it always been like that? And then can I hide this on the side? Is that fine? Does that look okay? I don't know why I just didn't notice this before. Yeah, that's probably fine. All right, cool. What's up, John? Hope you're well. What's up, Muscle Mage? Planes are all right, IMO. Really depends on who you're next to and whatnot. Yeah, or if you have a good seat. I think so too. Yeah. I think so too. This mage does not handle planes well. Understandable. I know a lot of people have struggles flying. I was very fortunate enough that when I was very young and I didn't have a troubling household when I was very young, my parents did fly me everywhere so I could get used to planes. And then we had no money. And then I was miserable. Good evening, Roy. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Best wishes in regards to you. It has been a rough day, but, like, not like an, oh my God, bad things happen. Just work. Work was a nightmare today. But finally, I get to spend time with the Dusk Bunnies, which is the best part of the day. And we get to bowl. Now you got a movie time to relax with. Yeah, I'm excited for that. I didn't realize there were going to be so many yapping streams this week. It's kind of funny because all the games are at the back end of the week and all the yapping streams were first. Because like tomorrow we're playing Resident Evil. Friday is Forsaken Frontiers with Jay, Vane, and Shia. And then Saturday is more Pokemon Y. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, speaking of movie time, do you guys want to get started? Do you guys want to get started with the movie time? Movie time. 4 big apples in the grocery store today. Can't wait to have them for breakfast. There you go. Nice. Sure. Let's go. Is my left monitor still on? Yippee, it is. I should probably pull up the video, huh? It's probably a solid decision. Well, actually didn't have the video up. Okay. Your favorite son. Videos. Got it. Got it. That is not the right tab. That is the right tab. There we go. Whew. I was confused for a second. I was like, what's happening? What is going on? What is happening? Yippee! All right, you guys ready to get started? So welcome to the continued Resident Evil retrospective. As we have been continuing through with this franchise, every time we finish a game and or its remake, we sit down and we watch a video from the YouTube creator, Your Favorite Son. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see a link to the original video in the description of my YouTube stream. Thank you again to Your Favorite Son for letting me react to these. These have been a blast, especially as I have been continuing my retrospective and playing more games. And I see you are also continuing, which is awesome because we finally caught up to Revelations and I saw that there wasn't a Revelations video. So I scheduled around there not being one, and now there is one. So dang, this is the longest one yet. Oh shit, it's oh, it's 2 hours. Whoa. I did not know this was a 2-hour long video. Oh, you're so right. Apple. 6-hour stream. Here we go. Honestly, it might be. This is actually movie time. It really is. Holy crap. Yo, props. Great job. How'd this video do? Sheesh. 164K. That's Pog. You're Pog. Show Poggin. All right. Cool. Let's dive in. Movie time. Movie time. Movie time. What kind of apple sounds like a good one? It is a Cosmic Crisp. Chloe. Hi. Get your popcorn. If we get to the hour-long mark and we're like 2.5 hours in, I might actually get some popcorn. I'm not gonna lie. I might actually get some popcorn. I'm not gonna lie. I want to get some popcorn. But for now, hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
I'm not sure if a perfect video game exists. A game that has no flaws, no imperfections, no negative points.
It's not Resident Evil 4.
It's harder to say that a game is perfect than it is to say that a film is perfect.
Ooh, I agree with that. Wait, good take. It's harder to say that a game is perfect than a film is perfect. Because, yeah, there's... I will say, out the gate, I think Resident Evil 4 is easily one of the best Resident Evil games of all time. There's no disputing that. As is Resident Evil 4 Remake. However, I think Resident Evil 4 and Remake Both have very, very obvious low points. I think the island is, in my opinion, is the low point. I think they jumped the gun with having the zombies with weapons and shooting at you, and it feels weird at times. But anyway.
There's less surface area to make mistakes. There's other mediums for imperfections to bleed their way in through bugs, graphics, gameplay. Every game most likely has something wrong with it. Even if it's something small, there are still little things that you could pick apart that you could complain about. I don't think a perfect game exists because it's nearly impossible to pull it off. That being said,
sorry, I had like a sneezing attack there. I don't know what happened. I was dying for a second there. Oh my gosh. I was dying there for a second.
Resident Evil 4 is just about as close as you can possibly get to perfection.
Ooh. Is it, or do I think there's a game that's better than Resident Evil 4? Ooh. Ooh. Chrono Trigger? That's hard. Bloodborne? Maybe? I haven't played Elden Ring, so I'd probably say Elden Ring if I did. It's hard to think of games that are just like objectively better than Resident Evil 4.
The change in gameplay fits the series so well.
Yeah.
It feels like Resident Evil was always this way.
Absolutely.
Not that it makes you forget the past, but that it makes you excited for the future. The new camera angle, the action style,
the
new
action
setting
style helps a
just
lot.
all work so well in conjunction with
Halo
each
2
other.
New Vegas.
And just because the game
we're gonna play New Vegas again. I'm probably gonna start a new playthrough. I think we'll start a new playthrough. Cause I got pretty far in my playthrough, but it's been over a year since we last played. And I feel like that's long enough that I could just start a new game. And I'll probably ask what people want me to be, because it's either, gay cowboy, fruity scientist, beefy brawler, and only use male, like stuff like we'll come up with some silly stuff. Because I put the challenge on myself for that Fallout New Vegas playthrough, because I hadn't played it, to only use cowboy weapons and to flirt with men,
turns its attention to the action doesn't mean that it forgets the horror.
Damn.
The enemy design is well balanced. Grotesque creations that make you want to run and hide, but force you to engage. It's the same premise, just interpreted differently. The new story gives the series a breath of fresh air, moving.
I will definitely agree with that. Code Veronica, while I do enjoy a lot of the story beats, it's Resident Evil 2 too, because it's Claire right after Resident Evil 2. Gay sniper. I'd have to think of something that I could do when I'm not able to snipe.
It away from the things that were holding it back and sending it in a completely new direction.
True.
Interesting characters, some that are refreshed and new versions of themselves, others that are new additions entirely. The gameplay and progression is just so damn fun. It still manages to make you think in combat, to try and conserve your resources.
What are they doing?
And just like all the previous entries, it uses this conservation to build tension.
Shoot the legs!
Environment design, new enemy types, and tons of additional weaponry creates a plethora of different situations that put fear at the forefront.
Don't know if I agree with that. Where Resident Evil 4, I think, excels is the balance of fear and action. Because very much in the beginning of the game, it's very it's more mysterious action, and then turns into fear action, and then is just action, and then brings the fear back a little bit. Action is always like the the umbrella, and then we have a little bit of something else underneath.
The new enemies are terrifying on their own,
Agree with that.
muttering words in a different language
Also
as they
agree with
pursue you. The game is constructed through environment, location, and narrative to make you feel like an outsider.
Yeah.
The new gameplay system even feeds back into this. How can you feel at home when you don't even know how to interface with this world?
Actually, good point. Resident Evil 4 is one of the first games in the franchise to implement something called difficulty adjustment, or DA. As you play through the game, and they eventually got rid of this because I don't like it personally. I'm not a big fan of it. So what it does is, as you play the game, the better you are doing, the harder the game becomes, essentially. It affects enemy random health pools. It affects the things that they drop. It affects not necessarily damage they do, but like there's so many micro calculations going on. Yeah, and Repro is saying it right now. RE4 speedrunners constantly take hits and miss shots to keep things low. Yeah, because when you get hit, it takes a chunk off the DA because it's, oh, they got hit. We can lower the difficulty because we don't want them to have too bad of a time. And it's such an interesting thing that's added to the game that really does make it feel like when you play the game, sometimes you have different playthroughs because, man, I remember struggling in this area a ton. It was so hard. And then you go back another time and it's, oh, man, this area was so easy this time. What happened? So,
player choice is emphasized with the weapon systems. The new merchant mechanic allows us to feel progression as we get it.
Merchant's
and
so good.
Customization of our weapons makes the playthrough feel like it's truly yours.
And that is something that I actually praise RE5 for as well, which I'm very excited to play RE5. Oh, I guess it's next week. Oh. I'm very excited to play RE5 next week. I'm not going to lie. I'm very, very excited to play Resident Evil 5 next week. So the big thing is that Resident Evil 5 also has this merch, not merchant, but like every time you beat a chapter, you get to upgrade your gear, sell treasure, buy new items, things like that. And it's, I'm excited to see who your co-op partner will be. Well, you guys know them. Honestly, sounds like an interesting feature. I agree. Can't wait to see how 5 goes. I'm very excited for that. 5 is going to be great because I've played through it so many freaking times, and the person that I brought with me has also played it before. So we're going in with the knowledge, and it's kind of just, we're just going through and having a good time rather than, you know, focus mode and rather than, you know, literally anything. We're just going back and having a good time.
There's a laundry list of things I could mention that this game does well, but I hesitate to call Resident Evil 4 perfect.
Agreed.
Not because it isn't an amazing game.
Agreed.
But because it doesn't fit the literal definition.
I agree.
There are some small things that I don't like. The game might run just a bit too long, like maybe by 30 minutes or so.
I agree. Cut 30 minutes out of Island. And it's like you make the game a 9.5 out of 10 or a 9.8 out of 10, you know?
Annoying sequences that make you wait around for an elevator to arrive, and the QuickTime events can feel a little cheap in certain areas.
Sometimes, yeah.
But as far as actual criticisms go, that's about it.
Yeah, there's
Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made.
It's really good.
This stringent attachment to the textbook definition of perfection leaves me hesitating to crown it with that achievement.
Trim the mic segment to one big stronghold standoff. Bam, perfect game. I feel like I don't disagree with that. I'm pretty good with that as a statement. Do you recommend playing OG RE4 or the remake? Ooh, it's hard. Because it's like, yeah, I was going to say, Repro says it well. Both of them are great games. They have very different feels. RE4 Original really feels like a cheesy action movie with horror elements sprinkled in the best of ways. Like, it's the good kind of cheese. You know, it's the big cheese. And it's great because of that, and it's aged really well, and there's a lot of really good HD mods out there that make the game even better to play. And like, even looking at this, like, this does not look that bad. You know, this came out in 2005. And I think RE4 Original still has an immense amount of charm. If anything, if going back through RE4 and RE4 Remake, I think I actually enjoyed RE4 Original more. And that's not to say that RE4 Remake is a bad game, but I really do like the cheese. You know, I really like the cheese. I wasn't allowed to have a PlayStation as a kid. This came out on GameCube originally. This was a GameCube exclusive when it came out. RE4 Original is just nostalgic. Yeah, it is. It is. But like if you want something that's a little bit more grounded, it still has its moments of like quippy one hits or quippy one takes and silly cheesy action hero lines. But it's still I think more grounded in realistic horror. I use realistic horror very air quotes, very finger quotes, kind of thing. But it is, RE4 Remake does take itself more seriously. Sometimes that's a really good thing, and there are some scenes that I think play out way better because of that. But there are some things that I don't think play out well at all, and vice versa with the cheese of RE4 Original versus Remake. And now that we have that comparison, it's fun to contrast. Bottom line, play both. Play Original first and then play Remake, so that way you can be like, I remember this, I remember this, I remember this. Whoa, I remember this too. That kind of stuff. Definitely do it. But if you're interested in continuing with the Remake series, from what we've seen so far, the Remake games are kind of rewriting the canon. Not in a bad way. The main things of all the games has always been accurate and has stayed consistent, but if you want the canon story now, the remakes are kind of rewriting things. It'd be so annoying saying, Leon! True. Capcom promised Nintendo 5 exclusives for GameCube. Yeah, so they had Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil 2, which were just ports from the PS1, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1 Remake, and then Resident Evil 4. And that's what we got. The other three are Beautiful Joe, RE4, and Killer 7. Yeah, so we got those as well. We also got Beautiful Joe and Killer 7 because those were Capcom titles. Wait. Was Killer 7 Capcom? I know that was Suda. Interesting. I've never played Killer 7. I really want to. Yeah. I need RE9 to have VR. That'd be fun. I did play RE7 in VR.
But maybe this shouldn't hold the game back. Maybe Resident Evil 4 really
Capcom
is
at the time. That's crazy.
Perfect at the end of the day.
It's not.
And close is enough.
I'll agree. Close is enough. RE4 Original, one of the closest games to perfection you can get. Again, I haven't played Elden Ring, so I can't comment on Elden Ring. I know Vanta really wants me to play Elden Ring. I kind of wish I had a co-op partner to play Elden Ring because I don't want to play it myself.
Because this video isn't about
alone.
whether Resident Evil 4 is good or not. That's not up for debate.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's about whether Resident Evil 4 manages to touch the stars.
Oh, it does.
Achieve perfection.
100%
so
it does.
What makes Resident Evil 4 so close to this unachievable goal? That's what I'm going to try and find out today.
Pacing, characters, music,
on the
story,
Evil games, you can find them in this
combat.
Here. It's not mandatory, but these videos will provide
There's
more
so many just good things
to the series overall. If you enjoy the video, give it a like and subscribe to the channel. You can also find the link in my Patreon in the description where I've been reviewing the Resident Evil movies.
Yeah,
go check those
RE4
out
OG
if you're
is tight.
Interested.
Except for Island. I don't like Island because I think it ruins the pacing. But again, Island is my least favorite part.
On Resident Evil Afterlife.
Yeah.
Spoilers for Resident Evil 4.
Hi,
hey, Dad. It's me, your favorite son. And today,
I'm so used to these now.
Resident Evil 4.
Yippee! I'm excited.
While Resident Evil is known for its messy development cycles, Resident Evil 2 having a full restart, changing course massively with Resident Evil 3, and Resident Evil 0 shifting entirely from the N64 to the GameCube, Resident Evil 4 has probably the most messy development of them all.
We talked about this a little bit before, and I'm sure your favorite son is going to get into it, but literally RE4 spun off not only into just RE4, but 3 other games that ended up becoming, or at least one of them ended up being a slam dunk success. The other 2 became a little bit eclectic. Yeah. What did you say, Rebro? Curry powder or lemon pepper in my popcorn tonight? Whichever one you do, you got to share. That's all I'm saying.
After the release of the two beefier sort of spin-off, sort of not titles, Resident Evil Code Veronica and Resident Evil Zero, Capcom turned their vision back to the official mainline series, wanting to create an actual sequel to Resident Evil 3.
Yeah.
When announced, the game was originally planned for the PlayStation 2, and this made sense for the time, as Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 had all released on the Sony PlayStation 1.
Exclusivity contracts
were released on secondary platforms, the Dreamcast and the GameCube respectively. But with this announcement, it seemed like Resident Evil 4 was heading back to familiar Sony. Hideki Kamiya was also coming back to take the reins again.
Yes, he
was.
He
had previously directed Resident Evil 2. The original direction for this entry was to focus on the themes of cool and stylish.
I do like that. And it's the fact that he said stylish especially.
For both the story and the aesthetic. As the development of Resident Evil 4 went on, though, things started to veer further and further from the Resident Evil
If I remember correctly,
series.
very early version of RE4 ended up becoming Devil May Cry. Yep. I talked about this ironically. God, when was it? It may have been on Monday. DMC being an early draft of Resident Evil 4 used to be common knowledge. It used to be a very commonly talked about thing in gaming and online spaces. It's like the lost text. You know, it's the lost tomes of knowledge. And now that we're talking about it again, it's just really funny because people are like, whoa, I didn't know that.
Considering that this game starred an immortal being with supernatural powers,
there he is.
It wasn't exactly a good fit for the franchise.
Yeah.
Shinji Mikami realized this, and eventually the game was split off into its own franchise. This game would, of course, become Devil May Cry. But this meant that Resident Evil 4 had to restart development once again.
Yeah.
The game would then take on 3 more forms and iterations, all of which were ultimately scrapped before the final playable version was decided upon.
And those other 2 versions, at least from what I've heard, one of them spun off into Haunting Ground, and the other one spun off into Clock Tower 3. Or at least they used pieces of it, like bastardized pieces of it, you know?
The Fog version, as it's commonly called, saw Leon infected with the progenitor virus and gain a power in his hand. The Hookman version saw Leon investigating a haunted building, fighting paranormal enemies like
That's
suits
the Clock
of armor,
Tower version, I
being
believe.
chased by a man with a meat hook. And the Hallucination version was really only a story concept, but centered around Leon infiltrating the Spencer Castle to look for answers about Umbrella.
That one I might not have known
Significant
about.
work was done on some of these versions before scrapping the ideas entirely. And while some ideas from these early stages of development would survive into the final version, or even
a lot
later
of them.
pieces of the series, none of these were really the direction that Capcom was looking to go in.
Absolutely. DMC1 Remake went, God, I wish. Every time Capcom's like, hey, we're working on a new project, and I know it's like, why would you want a remake? Why wouldn't you just want a new game? It's just, I just want DMC in general. You know, like DMC, it's not dead, but DMC's getting a little sleepy. You know what I mean? DMC 5 came out in 2019. DMC 5 came out 6 years ago. And I know we just had the anime, but it's like, I'm just saying, DMC 1 remake in RE Engine would be cool, or DMC 6, you know? I'm just saying, it would be pretty freaking cool, you know?
Eventually, after a very rocky development, Shinji Mikami decided to take over as director and involve himself in that role once again. He hadn't directed a Resident Evil game since the first, and had been involved in most of the projects in sort of a managerial
The Godfather.
role. Mikami was starting to grow a bit bored of this, though, and decided that he wanted to flex his creative muscles once again. Part of
the Spencer Castle idea was recycled for the bonus / flashback in RE5, if I remember correctly. That makes sense. I think that's a pretty good one. Because that DLC is actually really good too. You know, I don't know if this is offensive, but would be the Q VTuber when I'm older, I was wondering if you could give me tips. Probably not the right stream for it. We might do a tip stream in the future, though, if you are interested in learning more about VTubing as a hobby, as a profession, things like that. My friend Envy, ENVI, on Twitch, does a lot of really cool advice streams. I used to do them when I first started to try and help people learn what I had learned and, you know, all the mistakes I made. I kind of want to do them again, but not anytime soon. So maybe another time.
The reason was also due to the fact that he felt like the series had hit a rut. In an interview with Game Informer from March 2004, he specifically said that he had played Resident Evil 0 and felt like it was much of the same.
Yeah. It's really funny, too, because I complained about it a lot playing Resident Evil 0, where Resident Evil 0 kind of stole a lot of things from other Resident Evils, like jump scares, areas, scenarios, even some boss fights felt like just straight up yoinked. And it was really weird. Yeah, it was really awkward at times that it was like, it didn't feel as much of a throwback as it did like they just stole this from Resident Evil 2 or they stole this from Resident Evil 3. You know what I mean?
Mikami thought that the series needed a fresh start, that it needed to revolutionize things once again.
It was a good idea.
Resident Evil as a series was responsible for popularizing the survival horror genre. Many things that it would create,
Java?
Mechanics, story, style, and atmosphere were distinctly Resident Evil. But it was time to do that once more, to create a new version of what Resident Evil really means. This meant changing the style of the series entirely. The camera, the tone,
Rebecca not talking about what she went through.
Everything was getting a new coat of paint. Some of the team weren't too happy with this change, and Mikami had to convince them over a long period of time. But Resident Evil 4 kind of had to perform really well.
It did.
It had a lot of responsibility on its shoulders. Not only was the game looking to bring blockbuster sales back to the series, a period of declining sales in that of RE3, Code Veronica, and 0.
I was about to say everything that he was saying on this. I was like, I really want to pause and talk about this myself. Yeah, Resident Evil caught lightning in a bottle with 1, 2, and then 3 saw a bit of a decline because it was such a air quotes wide departure, but also still safe in the sense of it looked like Resident Evil, you know, going from 2 to 3. And then that didn't do amazingly. Code Veronica didn't do amazing. It did really well for the Dreamcast. It's one of the highest selling Dreamcast games of all time. But 0 especially did not do super well. However, Remake did. 1 Remake on the GameCube was and is considered one of the greatest horror survival games of all time, even to this day. If you have not played Resident Evil 1 Remake, go play it. It's on Steam. It's just called Resident Evil. It's absolutely fantastic. Please play it. It's aged like a fine wine. It is beautiful. It's scary. Resi D's. Mods! Grab Thorn by the toes and put them up on a clothesline. Anyway.
Had led them to realize they needed a massive hit. Not only this, but Resident Evil 4 was part of a massive initiative to revitalize the GameCube. The GameCube, when it released, wasn't a huge success.
Wait, I maybe didn't know about this.
The console wasn't selling well, and because of this, Nintendo was looking for exclusives to convince people to use their platform.
Well, it's funny because like I look back on GameCube and I remember loving a ton of things from it, you know? Like, Beautiful Joe was exclusive on GameCube. Tales of Symphonia, Super Mario Sunshine, I liked as a kid. Smash Melee, Luigi's Mansion, Metro Prime 1 and 2. Those are the ones that, like, I look back at and I'm like, Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door, bangers. You know? Needed third-party support. So that's probably what it is. Because I think all the games that I just named, aside from the first two, Beautiful Joe and Tales of Symphonia, were first-party. You know, Sunshine, Smash, Luigi's Mansion, Mario Kart, you know, 1,000 Year Door. So, yeah.
Capcom, in turn, announced the Capcom 5. 5 huge games that were going to be exclusive
the Capcom
to
5.
The GameCube. Killer 7, directed by Suda51, PN03, directed by Shinji Mikami.
Oh, forgot about Piano 3.
Beautiful Joe, directed
know about
by
that.
Hideki Kamiya.
Love Beautiful Joe.
Dead Phoenix, a game that was never completed or released, and Resident Evil 4.
That's crazy. Because, like, of these, Resident Evil 4, blockbuster, huge success. One of the greatest, not only games of all time, but one of the greatest Resident Evil games of all time. Beautiful Joe, also not even a cult hit, just a hit. These two, though, I know Killer 7, while it is popular now, people look back at it fondly. I did not know a single person that played this. And then PNO3 was, I've never played it, just like I've never played Killer 7. I don't think I've ever heard a person talk about PNO3. No, not 3. Come on. PNO3 was more of a tech demo, which is not something that GameCube needed in 2005. You know? I love the GameCube and was disappointed they didn't continue releasing titles for it. Oh yeah, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess was initially on GameCube, Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon Gale, XD Gale of Darkness. Yeah, a lot of really good stuff on GameCube. I know there was an F-Zero on GameCube as well. So
Resident Evil 4 was one of the last games in this series of projects to be released, hitting the market in 2005 along with Killer 7.
Yep.
But I make this point to note the stakes that were resting on Resident Evil 4's
a lot
back,
of stakes.
because I think this accurately sets up the context for development, why the game took so long to make compared to previous entries.
Oh, Pikmin,
and
good pick.
Why the
I love
development
Pikmin.
restarted
Pikmin 1 and 2.
over and over again. The team, in particular Mikami, was looking for perfection with this entry. They were seeking that unattainable goal, a way to completely revitalize the Resident Evil franchise, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and it is always a shame when there's when a game series has been around for a really long time, and we've actually seen it a lot in modern gaming too. When a game series has been around for like a long time and they've done a lot in the same formula over and over and over again, and it's like the games that come out after aren't necessarily bad, but it's because since there's nothing new to it, it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, whatever. Like, I think Assassin's Creed is probably a good example, because like Assassin's Creed 1, people are like, this is really good, and then Assassin's Creed 2 came out and we're like, whoa, this is incredible. And then Brotherhood was just okay, and then Revelations was just okay, and then it kind of just kept getting muddier and muddier until they introduced the big open world RPG mechanics with like Odyssey and Valhalla, I believe. I know Black Flag was also a hit for the what's it called, AC4 Black Flag with the pirate ship stuff, but it's still like, I really do think the Assassin's Creed people started talking about it a lot more because of the, what's it called? Only because you could ditch the damn main plot. There you go. But yeah, like we see that even today. Like God of War is another example. God of War had really established itself as this action carnage driven Greek epic. And then they were like, you know what? That type of game doesn't really work anymore, because they did God of War 1, 2, and 3. And then there were 2 spin-offs, Chains of Olympus and Ghosts of Sparta. And they were like, you know what? We're going to revive the franchise now, and we're going to do something completely different with it. And they did third-person action. So it happens all the time with games. Metroid even did it. Metroid was doing 2D, and they're like, what if we do a first-person? Metroid literally did the same exact thing with Metroid Prime. And Metroid Prime, huge success. So game series just have to evolve sometimes. They just have to adapt.
Resident Evil 4 was released on January 11th, 2005.
Damn, right at the beginning
North
of 05.
America, January 27th, 2005 in Japan, and March 18th, 2005
that was a subtitle error.
in the PAL region, all for the Nintendo GameCube.
GameCube!
Of course, Resident Evil 4 would quickly smash Capcom's expectations and sell far more than they ever thought it could. Because of this, the game wasn't long for the exclusivity of the GameCube.
No, it was not.
And by October of the same year, it had released on the PlayStation 2. It would be ported to Windows and the Wii in 2007, mobile in 2009,
I was about to say, I know there's a phone
PlayStation
version.
3 and Xbox 360 in 2011, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in 2016, and Nintendo Switch in 2019.
You guys thought Skyrim got ported to a lot. I'm just saying. You know?
And it even made its way to VR.
It has a VR version
with the release of the Oculus Quest version of the game.
Yeah, this is an exclusive to the Oculus Quest. It's still an exclusive now, which sucks because I kind of want to try it, but I don't have an Oculus. You know what I mean?
The game. While the Resident Evil series is known for porting their
reported to
games
Ebner,
to
everything.
other
Yeah,
systems,
for real.
Resident Evil 4 is easily the most prolific of the entire series. And
Oh,
these
absolutely.
days you can play it on just about anything.
Play it on a goddamn toaster. It's like Doom. Can it run Doom? How about can it run RE4?
For this video,
Hopefully.
I mostly played the PC version of the game.
Same.
The version that's readily available on Steam.
Oh my god, dude, he
I
missed
also
4
tried
shots.
out the Wii version of the game because that was the version I played as a kid. I should also note that I will talk about the remake version of the game later in this video.
Fair.
For now, Resident Evil 4 begins with a recap from Leon Kennedy
The Amazon Alexa
himself.
version, yeah.
The last time we saw Leon, he was getting captured by the U.S. government, and they had taken Sherry Birkin captive.
What's up, that
to
old school
learn
kid?
more
Why?
about the virus.
Hi, welcome in.
Leon talks about the outbreak that started in the Raccoon City trilogy.
I do like that they kind of just they do really just gloss over that Sherry Birkin is basically taken into captivity so they can study the G virus. And Leon is basically kidnapped by the U.S. government and forced to become like a shadow operative under the command of the president. And Claire just fucked off to go find Chris and take down Umbrella. Like it's such a big joke for me because like you play Code Veronica and Claire's like, yeah, I got in contact with Leon. He's gonna contact Chris for me. It'll be great. And then immediately after that, Leon gets scooped up by the U.S. government and is just never seen by Claire again. Did you know that the first Separate Ways was created to avoid players to complain about PS2 graphics? No. I know it's on PS2. I didn't know about that.
The president eventually ordered Raccoon City destroyed, and the place was nuked.
Just more content, you know?
Umbrella was outed as the culprits of the outbreak, and they were basically shut down.
Till the airport incident destroyed.
Their
Degeneration.
stock prices plummeted, and they were suspended from operating their business in the United States.
We should watch the CG movies once we're done with the retrospective. Oh, man, I'm so mad. We should have watched them in the order that they happened. Oh, I'm so mad. I didn't even think about that. Just like watching them in Discord or something. God damn it. The first two are great. I agree. I enjoyed Death Island. I don't think Death Island is that good, but I enjoyed it. I don't love Infinite Darkness. I think it's I don't know why it's a multi-parter like episode-wise. And Vendetta, I hate.
Which makes sense because they manufactured a virus that effectively killed millions of people and, by proxy, destroyed an entire city. You know? Resident Evil in this way, though, effectively begins a new trilogy of games because we start this story off 6 years later. Umbrella, the main enemy of the franchise up to this point, has been wiped out. Leon has left the country on a mission for the U.S. government to rescue the daughter of the president, who has been taken captive and is being held somewhere in rural Spain.
I received special training.
I love this opening.
Organization working under the direct control of the
It's so
president.
good.
I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Leon is currently being transported by 2 police officers who
He's a bad enough
have a
dude.
lot of
He really
questions and a sort of foreboding perspective on what Leon
The music
is about
iconic.
to
They
get
kind of have it
himself
in
into.
remake too.
A long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire.
These 2 schlubs won't help us out much and will pretty quickly become worm food anyways.
Yeah.
But when the car stops outside of the village and one of the officers heads to drain the snake, Leon thinks about the details of the case.
It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe.
Lonely and
According to
rural
our
part.
intelligence, there's reliable information about a sighting of a girl that looks very similar to the president's daughter. Apparently, she's being withheld by some unidentified group of people.
Leon doesn't seem interested in the job overall, even expressing boredom at the case he's been given. The officers only take him so far, and Leon heads off into the village on his own.
I love that they get the freaking car over this bridge. Like, this is a wooden ass bridge, and the car just drives over it. What the hell? That's crazy.
As he exits the vehicle, he gets a call from Hunnigan, a U.S. federal agent that will be our main point of contact on this mission. We carry out conversations with her through these codec call-like interface screens.
True.
I thought these were pretty cool, and they definitely gave me slight Metal Gear Solid vibes every time they popped up.
I agree.
She introduces herself to Leon, and she tells us the name of the girl we're trying to find, Ashley Graham. We head down a rural path into the village, and we find a lone house.
You know what I will say? I'm sad that Resident Evil 5 didn't do this. You know how your favorite son was talking about how like Resident Evil kept kind of doing the same thing? Like Resident Evil 1 happened, and then Resident Evil 2 was pretty similar, like mechanic and like story doesn't really jump the gun. Resident Evil 3, same kind of mechanics, doesn't really jump the gun. Code Veronica, even though huge console generation jump, graphics, gameplay doesn't really change. Story is still, you know, Umbrella piece of shit. You know, it's still more in detail. And then Resident Evil 0, same thing. I wish we got another Resident Evil 4 style out of Resident Evil 5. That they did one more instead of immediately going, let's do something different and go co-op. You know? I think that would have been cool. Especially because Sheva is just... Sheva's just like the most bland character, dude. She has no development. She's just... Her character and development in Resident Evil 5 is, I'm your partner. And that's it. You know? You don't get any parking tickets. Jesus.
Where Leon...
The fact that she has never once shown up again is telling. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, there's a lot of characters that are like that. Like, Billy is like that. I'm assuming Billy is dead. Steve, even though we get confirmation at the end of Code Veronica that they picked up his body and we're going to do experiments on, you know, the body, maybe bring him back to life, something like that. With the T Veronica virus, never heard from Steve again. Carlos is still missing after Resident Evil 3, you know. Rebecca, aside from the movies, is missing after Resident Evil 0 and 1. Jill is missing after Resident Evil 5. I'm just saying. All the more reason to remake 5. So the problem is they need to make the intro of the game the mansion part. It needs to be like the tutorial mission, essentially. Like, here's how combat works. Here's a bunch of loot that you can collect. You don't get to upgrade anything, but here's a tutorial mission. And I'm hoping that when my co-op partner and I play through Resident Evil 5, that we can start with that. Because I think that's only about an hour and a half, 2 hours. But I don't know for certain. Because I'd love to start with that to kind of give us the better connection. You know? I like to think Carlos got to retire and give back to the cruel Carlos Liz world. I like that. That's good.
Investigates the inside.
Yeah.
He finds a man stoking his fire, but the man doesn't answer any of our questions about the missing girl. He eventually responds in Spanish and another language Leon knows too well, blind hostility. We are eventually forced to shoot the man as he attacks with an axe. Just after this confrontation, the snarky Spanish policemen are killed as someone drives them off a nearby cliff. We're being surrounded, so we have to dive out of the second floor window to get away, cool. But more villagers attack outside as well.
It is such a good intro, too, because we don't get to actually see what's happening. We just hear the noises and Leon's eyes, like, rapidly darting back and forth and just going, shit. You know? He's like, man, I was so bored. Shit. I need co-op RE5. I played a little with AI Sheva and it's infuriating. Yeah, the AI for RE5 is really bad.
Since we're dealing with combat and exploration, it's probably a good time to talk about gameplay. Resident Evil 4, as I've touched upon before, drastically changes the state of the Resident Evil series. Yeah. While the previous games in the series were survival horror games that mostly used fixed camera angles, Resident Evil 4 favors a third-person camera,
which works really well for it.
This means that this game also features full 3D environments, and while Code Veronica pulled this off first, Resident Evil 4 goes all the way. No more small
missing those
rooms.
shots
We now
hurts,
have
dude.
Larger open maps to traverse with full buildings that we can enter and exit.
Yeah.
And while Resident Evil 4 wasn't the first game to do a third-person over-the-shoulder camera, it definitely popularized this style.
Which is crazy to think, right? Because of things like Resident Evil 4, we ended up getting like Dead Space. Like Dead Space directly was inspired by Resident Evil 4. And Dead Space is also considered one of the greatest horror games of all time. You know what I mean? It's insane.
To the point that many games would try to copy its success after its release. We don't have full control over the camera, though. The camera will follow our character and turn along with us. But if
Speaking of camera angles, since RE9 will have both first and third person angles, which one will you go with? I'm not sure. I'm a little torn because I like third person for Resident Evil. I think I'm used to it. I'm thinking third person is going to be what I pick. However, if at any point Capcom is like, hey, you can play in either version, we think first person's better, or hey, you can play in either version, third person's better, I will play in the version that they tell me to play. Because I want to have the best possible experience in the way that they design the game. So
we want to look up and down, we have to use the right stick, which snaps back to the character once we let go. In combat, we still stand in one place and aim at enemies to shoot them. Just like the previous Resident Evil games, we can't move while we're aiming, meaning that aiming and attacking leaves us vulnerable to other attacks from enemies.
I had no interest in RE8's third-person mode. Yeah, I was like, this is a cool addition, like, good add, but I'm probably not ever gonna play it because like the game is designed to be in first person. You know what I mean? That's why like the Rose DLC for Resident Evil 8 is like, it's weird that that's in third person.
When aiming with any of our various weapons, we can use a red dot sight to see where our shot is going to land.
Love that.
Resident Evil 4 also has a dynamic damage system, just like the games before it. If we shoot towards the head of an enemy, they might be stunned and take more damage.
Yeah.
If we shoot at their legs, they might fall down. Of course.
So what we did the entire game, though, is we shot at their legs so we could trigger a melee opportunity. And RE5 works very much the same. So
fixed camera games of the past, we only had the option to aim up, down, or in the middle. And now we have an entire other dimension to think about.
Entire other dimension.
Shed the constraints of one axis and gained another. Just like other Resident Evil games.
Damn, that zombie ran at it. Or that Chiato, I should say.
One that's very advantageous in most forms of combat. Instead of having to equip it separately, though, it's always equipped. We can use the left trigger to bring it out and make swipes at the enemy.
Super smart.
It's extremely useful when an enemy is downed and not dead.
It still blows my mind that this did not stay as a staple, because this feels like it should have just remained from this point forward. It stays in Resident Evil 5, and then I think there's just no knife in RE6, right? And then RE7 and 8 also don't have, because they have like the knife as a weapon kind of thing, you know? And I think Revelations has a knife, but I can't remember. RE9 looks like an integrated third-person and first-person POV system way better than RE8. I mean, yeah, because they built it from the ground up rather than like backporting it, you know? I do like how early on heads only pop if you use the shotgun or similar powerful gun. Pistol has no chance to pop head until like after you see that your first progress. Yeah,
to bring out the knife and start.
Because they want it to be like
before they
not necessarily a good
saving
thing.
Us precious ammo,
like
and
holding your breath.
Resources. But what Resident Evil 4 does carry over from its predecessors is its focus on resource restriction and inventory management. In previous Resident Evil games, we had a limited inventory, one that might be upgraded once or twice in each game, but that was generally pretty static at just a few slots.
Yep.
Most items took up one slot in our inventory, but larger items could take up two.
The pause.
In Resident Evil 4, we have a larger attaché case, and items can take anywhere from one slot to 8 or 12.
Oh, that grenade throw.
And on top of that,
was
the
not
attaché
great.
case is laid out in a grid system.
Oh,
with each item
another
taking up a
not
certain
great
amount of
grenade
squares
toss.
on that grid.
Oh.
We can change the placement of these items and the rotation of those items to make them fit better with others.
Gotta play that Tetris, you know? RE6, they smash or stomp boxes. I figured that was it, because like I haven't played RE6 since it came out, you know? One feature I wish they'd bring back, the pooling of blood underneath enemies so that you know that they're dead. Don't like walking over an enemy and then getting my ankles bit. I think that's mostly a thing only in older games. Because like RE4, 5, and 6, and then 7 and 8, like the enemies just dissipate. Like they disintegrate when they're dead, rather than like feigning death. So yeah, I'm pretty sure everything just dies.
The inventory management system serves as sort of a puzzle of its own
Yeah.
to make as many items fit in this case
How
as
are you gonna make
possible.
this work? How are you gonna make
It's
this
not
work?
exactly the hardest
Apple.
puzzle in the world, but it ends up being its own little mini game. We need to fit as many items as we can in our inventory because resources are restricted, just like in the previous games. This is where the series has always pulled its horror, fear, and tension from. Restricting the amount of ammunition or healing items that the player has makes the player more fearful of upcoming encounters.
Agreed.
It also changes the way that the same player decides to approach those encounters.
I was gonna say, literally, you guys watched me how I did my playthrough. TMP is like the most busted weapon for like common enemies. You get like 2 or 3 shots in their legs, and they'll like stump over. You know, like they'll slump over and you can go melee them. It's the best way to maintain ammo, to preserve ammo throughout the game. It helps with crowd control, and then if in whoa shit moments, you can just hold down the trigger and do a bunch of damage. So TMP is a top 3 weapon in RE4.
It's a fundamental psychology change in the mind of the player.
Yeah.
But even though these resources are still important, Resident Evil 4 gives us a bit more leeway in that department. Enemies that we kill will drop ammunition or healing items.
And this is also where we're talking about the difficulty adjustment system. So as you do better throughout the game, you get less and less of those drops. And then specifically in RE4 Remake, your attaché case can have charms, which can help dictate what you're more likely to find from enemies. I did the money one because I was like, I'm going to be a badass and land all of my shots and never have any problems. So I just want more money to upgrade. I almost wholly ditched the pistol after I get the TMP to 1.0 on damage most times. I start from scratch. TMP, shotgun, the occasional rocket launcher to cheese a boss. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I definitely, in my original RE4 playthrough, I definitely had the pistol for way too long. But it's because you get the Red 9 really early. You get it, I mean, you get it really early in both. Because like you get it right before Cabin in RE4 Original, and you get it after Del Lago in RE4 Remake, which is crazy. And that's just the pistol that I use for the rest of the game because the Red 9 is just so strong, you know?
The items that the enemies drop will be based on what we currently have in our inventory.
Yes,
If
also
we're really
good.
low on healing items, the game will tend to give us more.
That's
if
difficulty
we're low
adjustment.
on a certain type of ammunition, the game will try to give us more.
Again, difficulty adjustment.
This dynamic system adjusts to how you play. If you use more shotgun ammo, the game will give you more of that ammo.
Sure.
This effectively allows the player to choose how they'd like to approach combat.
Dude, why are you still on red health? He's been on this health the whole time. I'm nervous watching him play.
Of course, we can't just favor one weapon because we will eventually run out of that ammo and be forced to swap to another one. But this system works really smoothly
Very
to
much
remove
so.
any sort of chance that we might get soft locked. This was pretty easy to do in previous Resident Evil games, depending on how much ammo you used. But in
Thank God
Resident
he
Evil
healed.
4, it's almost impossible to put yourself in a situation that you can't get out of, or at least it was for me.
Yeah, I will say Resident Evil 4 is very generous with its ammo, especially if you're playing on beginner or standard. They want you to beat the game. You know, they give you stuff. It might be difficult at times. Enemies might be damage sponges at times. But like, I don't think there was ever a point where I was like, man, I have no ammo for anything. I am struggling right now. Yeah, that's just what it was.
Resident Evil 4 also
was the scariest monster you ever faced. Ooh, in Resident Evil, that's tough. I don't know if it's the scariest, but I really don't like the spiders in Code Veronica. And the giant spider in Code Veronica, that's a hard one. That's one that I really, really didn't enjoy because I didn't like the sounds that it made. I didn't like how tanky they were. That was annoying. In 4 specifically, probably the scorpion bitch, or I forget his name. It's Salazar's right-hand man, the guy that chases you by the elevator and you have to use the freeze tanks. Just because like when you don't know about like Ditman in RE4 original, he's insanely just terrifying because he's so fast. He can basically teleport. So you're constantly just trying to dodge things, and then you turn around to shoot him, and he's gone. He's invulnerable to damage unless you freeze him. Very scary. Great boss fight. Really like that one.
Also gives us a variety of different weapons to fight off our upcoming enemies with.
Yeah.
Across the course of the game, we'll get shotguns, submachine guns, pistols, a rocket launcher. The list goes on.
It's pretty
not
insane.
that much that we haven't seen in the series before, but it's how Resident Evil 4 decides to use these weapons that makes the game truly
Just the walkover.
special. First of all, the weapons all feel distinct and great to use. Shooting is fantastic, and each weapon has an appropriate weight to it when being fired.
Oh, I'll agree with that. Sound design in RE4 and weapon design, really, really, really good. Really, really, really good. When you're shooting a pistol, it feels like you're shooting a pistol. Absolutely. Oh, regenerator. Ooh. I might give you that one. I think regenerator probably. I don't know why I just wasn't thinking regenerator. I was just thinking bosses. Verdugo. Thank you. That's the name.
The rifle feels like it kicks back.
Yes.
The shotgun does as well, but the pistol stays steady when firing clean consecutive shots. The shotgun also feels like a bigger commitment due to the amount of time that it takes to reload.
Yes.
But all of these things can
the weapons
be
have weight
changed and fixed as the time goes on. I talked about in previous videos how the first Resident Evil game had a inventory management system that was sort of like a trading system.
The regenerator still freaked me out too with the just constantly with like they're laughing while breathing. It's so creepy.
We're effectively trading with the game. When you kill an enemy, you are trading ammunition to get something from that enemy.
Usually.
Access to a different area that might have items, a key item itself, or safety.
I was going to say
These
safety a lot of the
trades
time.
are what make up the bulk of the gameplay, and Resident Evil 1 is us effectively making good or bad trades.
Can I say, watching these videos in like sequence, you know, in order, and being able to look at Resident Evil 1 and go, I remember when we played this. I remember this area. I remember going through here. It makes me smile because I'm like, we played this a couple months ago. You know, we started the Resident Evil retrospective almost 4 months ago now, which is insane. I'm so glad we started the Resident Evil retrospective when we did, because like we're probably gonna finish it, and it's gonna be like, we're gonna be like, I think November-ish. I think by the time we finish, so we're gonna finish with like 2.5, 3 months left, which will give us time to do things like go back and do DLCs, maybe play some of the spin-off games, watch the movies in Discord. It's just really like the timing worked out so well.
To a video game. Resident Evil 4 shirks the illusion put in front of a trading system and literally introduces a merchant character that we'll meet later who will trade with us and allow us to buy items. The first thing that we can do with the merchant is sell items to him. These can be any sort of items that we find out in the world. These are often treasures and gems and various goods that might be of some value to him. The treasure system is also surprisingly in-depth. Certain treasures have slots inside of them that we can place gems in. These increase their value based on the gems that we choose to place in the slots.
Did you say DMC? We've talked about DMC. We've talked about it.
This means that, for example, a treasure that has a ruby in it will fetch a higher price than that same treasure and the ruby sold separately.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful system because what often happens is that we find some gems and don't yet have anything to place them in, or vice versa. When we come across a merchant, though,
the
we
mine
are
thrower.
later rewarded if we manage to keep those treasures
What's up,
for
Paper Route?
now and wait for a
Hi.
better place to sell them.
Yeah.
We are rewarded for waiting longer
The
and putting off
patience.
the rewards that we get. Of course, the game could put us in a situation where we feel we need to sell the treasures before getting a better price for them. But
Could.
that's a choice that the player is allowed to make. The player is rewarded for waiting, a delayed gratification instead of instant rewards. And we can
Always
really
very,
sell
very good.
anything that we want to the merchant: treasures, weapons, ammunition, and even healing items.
The fact that you're able to sell weapons always made me really happy, because at least from I will say I think Remake did this better, because when you sell the upgraded weapons, you basically get back what you spent in the upgrades. I don't think you did in original, so I was a lot more choosy about what I wanted to sell weapon wise. But as soon as I was like, I'm ditching this handgun for a different handgun, sell that thing, you know? Hey, Purely Addicted. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato, Coffee Field Bunny host. We are reacting to a Resident Evil 4 retrospective by your favorite son. We're having a good time, vibing, thriving, surviving, everything like that. So if you guys like Resident Evil and you like Resident Evil 4, pull up a chair. We're learning about all the backstory and stuff, and all the behind the scenes like making of the game. So, yippee!
If our inventory is full and we need to make some space, we can sell it to the merchant and get some money for it. This is sort of required because Resident Evil 4 does away entirely with item boxes.
Yup, no item boxes.
There is no box where we can store weapons we aren't using, items that we don't have space for. But unlike Resident Evil 0, the game actually changes its systems and balances things around.
Did he just sell the mask when it only had one gem in it?
Getting
throw
rid
up.
of the item box,
I'm gonna throw up.
so it works very well. This is because the attaché case can be upgraded by the merchant as the game goes on. It costs
Pipsqueak?
quite a
Welcome
bit of
in.
money, but the merchant can give us extra space to
Always
store
worth
more
it.
items or more weapons.
More weapons.
Meaning that this tiny briefcase Leon carries around will eventually be able to store an arsenal that would rival that of entire countries.
Damn right.
Okay, not literally that
well, yeah.
much, but it's a lot. Speaking of attaché case upgrades, we can buy items from the merchant as well. We gain currency through selling items, but also by picking
Don't puke
up
on me.
currency, referred to as pesetas, a common form of Spanish currency around the world. These coins can be used to purchase items from the merchant. Basic items like first aid sprays, new weapons, or even
Arsenal
oddities like
democracy,
treasure
true.
maps that will show us where the secrets are in the game. Getting new weapons and new firepower from the merchant is essential to upgrading our combat ability throughout the game. Enemies will grow stronger and more versatile as the game goes on, so we will need to adapt and change what we can do in terms of combat.
One of the things I didn't like, though, and I will say this, is it does, at least in original, and I think I felt this in Remake as well, it does feel like the basic enemies get upgraded, but they're not different. So, like, obviously there's the Plagas enemies that have, like, the parasite spread out of their head and, you know, start doing stuff like that. But then, like, the normal, like, ganados, the villagers, they're kind of stronger too for like seemingly no reason. I wish maybe there was like an explanation as to why, because some of them just feel like they're damage sponges for no reason, and it's weird. You know what I mean? So, guys, we're gonna continue this in just a second, though. I really gotta use the bathroom. I've been like dancing here for a second. Give me one sec, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I just really had to go. You know? I just really had to go. I just really had to go. Favorite character end of the game. Yeah. I think that's fair. For RE6? Absolutely. I think that's fair. But it's still Leon. It's still definitely Leon. I'm just saying.
On top of that, the merchant can also tune up the items that we already have. We can upgrade the firepower of each weapon, the reload speed, capacity, etc. This is also incredibly important because a fully upgraded weapon makes a huge difference when compared to a fresh one.
Yes, it does.
It will make or break how quick it is to kill an enemy, and in later stages when bosses or enemies can become bullet sponges, we'll need the speed, ammo, and damage to be able to take them out with efficiency.
And it's why you have things like, that's why I always say, like, I love the Red 9, because it's like the most damaging pistol. It may not be the most consistent because it's got a pretty big sway. You have to get the stock for it to upgrade the accuracy. It's not the Blacktail. You know, Blacktail is the best all-arounder. But Red 9 does some fucking damage, you know what I'm saying?
The entire merchant system works together with the new combat system because Resident Evil 4 has definitively made a switch in its gameplay style. Not only do we shoot and knife enemies just like we did before, but we can also roundhouse kick enemies and take them to Suplex City, bitch.
Yes! Suplex City!
Suplex City, bitch.
Being able to do these things doesn't ultimately change that
Why
much
didn't he
in terms
Suplex
of
City them?
gameplay. It does change how we approach combat situations,
Was that a chicken?
just like everything else. If we stun an enemy, our response is no longer to turn them into Swiss cheese with our bullets, but to rush them and deliver a stunning roundhouse kick to their head.
Exactly. And this is like when you play RE4, or even sometimes when you play RE5, this is the mentality you should be having. It helps you conserve ammo. It helps you land kills because RE4 enemies go crazy.
Encourages less of a trepidatious
Just don't call this
approach
ton of the
and a
abominations.
slightly more
Honestly, I
aggressive
wish.
one.
I
Of course,
wish.
enemies are still powerful, so we can be overwhelmed, but we save ammunition by using Leon's professional wrestling style rather than
Exactly.
his bullets. But it's the implication of these moves and how they're used that change the tone of the game. We've never really seen a character do things like this outside of Wesker, who was given powers due to his T-virus injection. So it's one of many things that will shift the perception of this game in the series. The game takes the series from plotting terror and horror to
I kind of want to go through a
hardcore
New Game Plus of
nonstop action.
RE4 now.
Again, that doesn't mean that horror is
New Game Plus is so
and
fun,
that this
dude.
game won't be scary. It just means that the game will weave action into that story much more than before. It's also worth noting that this won't be the first time the Resident Evil series has shifted in this direction. Resident Evil 2 had a slightly more action-focused style, and so did Resident Evil 3.
Yeah, it's always been slightly more leading into action. It's just that we reached that kind of peak and threshold when we hit Resident Evil 6. And unfortunately, when we reached that threshold, the game was barely recognizable anymore as Resident Evil. And I think that's where a lot of fans were complaining about how Resident Evil 6 did, you know? And Resident Evil 5 at least had some moments where I was like, oh, whoa, this is, you know, creepy. This is scary. We're getting overrun. And like the horror from Resident Evil 5 was very different from Resident Evil 4's. But you could still like play it and be like, this kind of feels like Resident Evil. I could kind of see this. But you play Resident Evil 6 and it's like, man, what are we doing? Like, what's going on here? 4, at least, is still in that kind of realm, you know?
But the largest thing that should be noted about Resident Evil 4's systems is just how well they all work together. How the entire package feels when you play it.
True.
Just how damn well it works.
What's up, Much
It's a bit harder to explain than the systems themselves because it's subjective. But Resident Evil 4 just feels so good to play.
6 gets a lot of hate. I don't think it was wholly deserved. It was gameplay wise probably the best of the franchise. It just didn't work as well as a horror game. I don't necessarily agree about the gameplay thing. However, I do agree that it gets more hate than it deserves, and mostly because like people will lead into it with it's just not a Resident Evil game. And yeah, sure. There's also just genuine things I don't like. The gameplay honestly is probably not one of them that I complain about. My issue with Resident Evil 6 comes down more so to story decisions, how bloated a lot of the chapters feel, how annoying some of the boss fights feel, how there's 4 separate campaigns if you include Ada's that also don't really give too much perspective. Like, it's like, oh, I just did this with Leon, or I just did this with what's it called? Piers, I think was a really cool character, but like Helena was terrible. Helena was like worse than Sheva in some cases. But like maybe better than Sheva. She did have kind of development. And Jake was awesome, but has never been brought back, you know? So
it is such a fun game, and as soon as you roll credits on it for the first time, you've realized more about how the game works, how you can manipulate it to your advantage, and you're ready for round 2. Of course, Resident Evil games have always been replayable, but I've never wanted to replay a game as quickly as I have Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
It's already one of the longest games in the series so far, and I just wanted to do it again right away.
I literally just said this. Man, I want to replay Resident Evil 4. I want to go back through it with an infinite rocket launcher, you know?
I think part of this comes from just how much control Resident Evil 4 gives the player.
Yeah.
The world has been expanded, and we've been introduced to a much larger area
just
than
goes
we've
spinning.
seen before in this series. An area that we can fully explore, for better or for
Jake's story
worse.
needed more information.
No longer confined to the square boundaries of the pre-rendered backgrounds.
Yeah, probably.
We can aim our weapons in this 3D space. We can choose how we want to play, letting the dynamic system provide for us.
The IRL RE4 run is insanely fun, especially trying to figure out how not to die in cabin. Wait, what do you mean IRL? Or do you mean speedrun?
Like a merciful
or infinite rocket launcher. Oh, infinite rocket launcher run. Yeah.
odd.
I get you. I get you.
choose what to sell and keep. We can choose how we want
Oh, but there's also the Chicago typewriter.
to fight, what we want to upgrade, where our focus will lie. It's this level of player choice and control that allows Resident Evil 4 to be an incredibly proficient shooter. And we'll talk about how Resident Evil 4 excels with its story, tone, and its horror. But Resident Evil 4 gives the player the chance to make the decisions, extending on and perfecting every...
I don't think I realized you could shoot that. Piers sounds familiar. He is a character in Resident Evil 6.
everything that the previous games in the series
Piers!
did. And while Resident Evil 4, in some ways, feels like it does everything different, it really just takes all the systems that we've seen before.
RE4 more challenging than the first one? You mean like RE4 Remake? Or do you mean more challenging than Resident Evil 1? Because they're very different games. I don't think it's fair to compare that. They both have their challenges for different reasons. It's probably the best way of saying it.
And fine-tunes them. We get a game that is seeking perfection. All that adjustment piles up, and what we get feels like something pretty brand new. But it's the culmination of a lot of decisions that give us the final product we see here. Because at the end of the day, Resident Evil 4 capitalizes on everything. It takes all of the things from previous games, retools them, and provides new ways to engage with each of these systems. You can see everything that Resident Evil 4 would do all the way back in Resident Evil 1 and 2 and even 3.
Go on.
It's all there. It's just being used in a different way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I thought he was saying like, oh yeah, the system built on this. I'm like, wait. I don't see Chris roundhouse kicking somebody. I'm just saying.
And I haven't even mentioned the fact that the new combat system is just very intense.
No Vista doors.
In the first few Resident Evil games, though enemy encounters could heighten the tension of
no
any
Vista
given
doors.
situation,
My
these encounters
beloved.
were fairly binary. We generally stand, aim, shoot, and if we run out of ammo, reload.
Chris isn't punching boulders
and continue firing, maybe dodging some attacks here and there.
Nah, stand still.
But Resident Evil 4 removes our ability to reload weapons through the menu.
Yes.
This means that as we're reloading, we need to run away. And because areas are so large, we're once again presented with a choice. Where do we run to? If we run,
Yeah, that was a big thing in Resident Evil 4 that always tripped me up too, because it's like it has such more emphasis on action. It does not give you an opportunity to have safe reloading, and it was something that I always loved doing in the other Resident Evils, the ones that were much more traditional. Which instead of reloading the weapon, you just instead go to the menu and just combine ammo. Especially trying to get the gemstones from their eyes. Oh, true.
Somewhere in the heat of the moment that causes our back to be pressed up against a wall, then we find
flavor of challenge. I
ourselves
agree.
standing firm once again and using every piece of ammunition that we can to get out of this.
Yeah.
But if we run somewhere more open, we might have a bit more freedom and room to breathe. Enemies are strong and often attacking groups, which makes things difficult for us. But every
Or makes it easier when you just throw a grenade.
encounter, just like the first few games, is always a few bad moves away from putting us in a terrible spot. We could easily get attacked a few times and lose most of our healing items. We could easily miss a few shots and lose a lot of our ammo, and suddenly we aren't as comfortable as before. The whole combat system just genuinely makes every encounter feel intense and fun. It's heavy action, it's fast-paced, it requires a level of engagement from the player. This engagement turns into
that's
feedback
terrifying.
once we complete the encounter. A true satisfaction.
That is terrifying. Oh, and he ran out of shotgun ammo.
And
Bro, I'm commenting on his gameplay and not what he's saying.
new fear going into the next
Oh my
one
gosh.
that this won't last. As Leon gets away from the hostile locals and takes them out.
Finally into the story. Okay. We're finally done with gameplay and introduction. 33 minutes into the video, and now it's time for story.
He heads into the village proper since we're still on the outskirts for now. We can find a dog nearby who has found himself caught in a bear trap. We can help this dog out, and in return, he will assist us later in the game. As we head down the path that curves through the woods,
Hey, take care,
we'll be
Motomami.
attacked again by some of the locals.
Bye-bye.
And we eventually come across the village square. Leon sees a horrific sight here, that the people in this town have taken one of the policemen that drove us here and have burned his impaled body in the center of this homestead.
Which, for some reason in Remake, they decided to burn him alive. I never really got that one. And then they behead the other one that's already dead in the beginning and feed him to Delago. And it's like, that's just a lot, man. It's just, whoa. I think he's dead, guys.
We then move into the town where, once again, the locals attack. This is our first large combat.
Mondays, am I
and
right,
for now,
real?
we're mainly just dealing with the Ganados. These are the local villagers that seem to be very angry at Leon for some reason.
Yeah,
The
for
Ganados
some
aren't
reason.
too difficult to deal with.
I wonder why.
They will rush at us with varying ferocity. Some will charge at Leon, trying to grab his neck and squeeze the life out of him. Others will wield farming equipment to
shithead.
run Leon through with forked steel.
There we go.
Others will throw flaming torches. Some
Cedric
will
wanted
toss
some
lit
attention.
dynamite or axes at our head. The sheer variety
Cedric
of
wanted
enemies here
attention.
is
He's
just
here now.
overwhelming. We get used to them pretty quickly, and the
Ready
game
to commit a public
manages
murder.
to shake things up
That's
in
like
the
a
first
full
few
Rasputin.
chapters.
True.
But the Ganados themselves are essentially the zombies of this entry.
Yeah, I think that's
Though
fair.
this was one of the largest changes to the series, that these are definitively not zombies. The Ganados are not undead. They are actually being controlled by a genetically engineered parasite.
Yeah, I think that's a huge turning point too for Resident Evil, because like even in Code Veronica, where it being the T Veronica virus, very much is still a virus. And then in Resident Evil 0, ironically, it's still the T virus, just with leeches. So
Something we'll get into more later in this video. They behave
Silly
similar
cat,
to
yeah.
zombies, unending aggression towards anyone alive. and
why did he
fully
knife
human.
him?
But they can wield weapons and seem to possess a higher intelligence over the average Raccoon City beast.
True.
The Ganados, while it seems like a small thing, are an incredibly impressive thematic change for the series. Resident Evil 4 finds a way to break the mold of zombie game while also
Zombie
still
game.
sort of being a zombie game.
Yeah, it kind of
Resident
is.
Evil found itself in a place where it was trapped
Dynamite.
under the
Oh, God.
zombie game label. But the Ganados are a sort of evolution of the zombie as a fodder enemy. Something a bit stronger, a bit more capable. and it was always right there. Resident
It does change the threat as well, because instead of just being able to be like, oh, they're zombies, like this is so easy for me to, you know, sometimes run around, sometimes you know, shoot once or twice and they fall over, and while they're getting back up you run. Instead these enemies are running at you, like veritably running at you. So Zero was my first Resident Evil. I played all the way through, played it on the Wii and everything. Special place in my heart for the mess of that game. I enjoyed it, but I'm trying to think about which game has been my least favorite so far. Probably like, it's so weird because like, even though I really dislike 3 Remake because of all the things they dropped from original Resident Evil 3, I don't know if it's still the worst one I've played. It probably still is. Like I'd probably go like 3 Remake, 0, 1, and then it's all just bangers. 3 Remake, 1 Code Veronica. Oh, sorry. 3 Remake, 0, 1 Code Veronica, and then it's all just bangers. There we go.
Evil doesn't need to literally feature zombies just because the first few entries did. Umbrella was manufacturing all sorts of BOWs, so it only makes sense that in this world, it is capable of creating other beasts of horror as well.
Which is something we get into with Resident Evil 5. That's where Tricell comes into play. And that there's always another organization, another company, another developer that is making these weapons and making these viruses. Because, again, in Resident Evil 7, we see that, you know, someone outside had made this, the megamycete or the mutamycete that infected Evie that then led to Louisiana. And then you find out that it's from a remote village in Europe. And yeah. So
ones that can retain something slightly human. It's just such an impressive way to change the series' focus while also keeping things in line with the world that its creators have set up.
Big agree.
As we take out the Ganados attacking us, Leon is eventually also assailed by Dr. Salvador, more commonly referred to as the Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of them throughout the playthrough. Agree with CV. There you go. Code Veronica was just so silly. I couldn't not enjoy it, but I also knew it was bad. Like some of the Godzilla movies, love them, but admit they're trashy. Yeah, I don't even know if I would say Code Veronica is trashy, because like Code Veronica is still good. It's just that it definitely shows its age playing it. You know what I mean?
This is a more rare enemy type in the game, but one that is much stronger than the Ganados. He obviously wields a chainsaw and can take Leon's head off in one swipe. This is probably also the point in the game where you'll be introduced to the brutality and gory kills of Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4, and they immediately undo it.
Leon dies in the game. He doesn't just lay back to be feasted upon by the enemy. He suffers a horrific death at the hands of whatever is attacking him.
Yeah, and it's really brutal in Resident Evil 4. And then immediately in Resident Evil 5, they undo that. And instead it's replaced with like the chainsaw stuff is like off screen, or like you got hit by a hammer, so it's like you don't see any of the carnage, or like you got smacked off of a platform, you know, or you got hit with something that's fiery and you're kind of like dancing around and then you just fall over dead.
Getting his head cut off with a chainsaw, being run through with a pitchfork. If you aren't good at this game, virtual Leon will die 1,000 horrible deaths in this hell world simulation you're running on your PC.
A lot of deaths.
And this is nothing new to the series. These glory kills have been around since even Resident Evil 1, when the hunters would decapitate those that stood in the way of their jump attack. But now in full...
I love that shot, because he's just holding Jill's head, dude.
3D, they're a little bit more real and a lot more brutal. I think it adds something distinct to this entry that makes it stand out from the rest. Pairing these kill cams with the muted brown tones of the world brings this entry down to earth. It makes it feel like the stakes have been heightened. The game definitely...
This is the regenerator music.
...starts out a lot less fantastical.
No, it's all right. Leon drinks a lot. Literally in Vendetta, they find him in a bar drinking himself into a stupor, and he's drunk.
We don't know what's going on with the villagers, because for all intents and purposes, they're just regular townsfolk that have gone crazy.
Oh yeah, in the beginning of the game, you don't really know anything about
Leon
the parasite.
is just being attacked by other people. And as we're defending this onslaught of villagers, the bell at the nearby church rings. This seems to distract all the attackers, and they head into the church, seemingly under some sort of spell. We then get one of the coolest title card reveals I've seen in a video game.
Where'd everyone go? Bingo?
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
And then bam, Resident Evil 4.
Leon checks in with Hunnigan once again, and she gives him directions
He said the thing he did.
to get out
He
of
said
this
it.
place. We need to take
Leon,
a
get
trail
out of there.
nearby. Before we leave this village, though, since there are no enemies around to bother us, we can search the nearby buildings and scavenge for any loose healing items or ammunition. This is probably one of the largest parts of Resident Evil 4's gameplay outside of combat.
Oh, like as in like exploring and finding loot and stuff like that? Yeah, because Resident Evil 4's areas and maps are huge comparatively. You can't forget the eggs, absolutely.
We are rewarded in this game by searching
one is this? This is
every
Resident Evil
nook
4.
and cranny, every room, every
Evil 4.
crevice. Not only with treasure that can be sold to the merchant, but with ammo and other items that can be used in combat.
Other goodies,
And exploration is always very satisfying. Realizing that you've missed something and can't go back always feels like a shot in the gut.
Yeah, considering it happened to me in my playthrough that I missed the treasure next to Del Lago and then we couldn't go back to get it. So the treasure that I sold wasn't worth as much as it could have been.
There's a compulsion to complete everything in this game.
Yeah.
To find every item.
Yep.
Because it makes a massive difference.
Got baited.
Exploration is preparation.
Ooh.
Because if we go into a battle without exploring the area before, we are at a significant disadvantage compared to other ones.
He didn't know. He didn't know, dude. Oh, no.
It's a very important part of the game, but it also gets us to engage further with the environment. We start this game out in the village, which is what the larger area is referred to here. There are three total generalized sections of Resident
Yeah, we got village, castle, and then island.
Evil 4. The village, the castle, and the island.
Yeah.
The village is distinct because we are outdoors in this rural Spanish town. Even if the first few Resident Evil games were horror-themed, they were very colorful. Color was always very present, and those colors popped out from the environment.
This is OG4. Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 once again
bye,
shirks
Cedric.
the traditions of the series by making this
Cedric
environment
changed his mind. He said he was
entirely
done.
brown. Muted colors abound as we weave through forests of dead trees and seemingly infertile soil. If everything is dead
Infertile
around
soil.
us, then where does a man like Leon fit in?
He doesn't. He pops
doesn't.
out.
He's an outsider here, a foreign agent mixing in with the local natives and fauna.
Yeah.
Leon is physically repelled as an outsider. Hostility will meet him from around every corner because he doesn't belong here.
That's an interesting perspective. I never thought about it like that. Not only is he obviously the outsider, but quite literally, he just doesn't, like, because of how much brighter his character model is, like, systematically, graphically, he genuinely doesn't belong.
And that is expressed through the environment's design.
Interesting.
It also
Machiavelli,
lends
thank you for the
itself
21
toward
months.
the unfamiliar.
I appreciate you.
Because we aren't used to this style in the series. Outside of maybe the first remake and Resident Evil 0,
Hadn't thought about it
we
before.
are
Me neither.
unfamiliar with this aesthetic and tone.
Me neither.
This
And that's like, especially when you get Ashley, she's a huge standout of she does not fit.
sets us up for tension and fear. Not to mention the fact that Spain is pretty far out of Leon's depth,
Just a
as
little
only
bit.
6 years ago he was a Raccoon City police officer newly hired.
Yeah, on first day
now
on the job.
he's trudging through a foreign world, a place entirely unfamiliar to him, with monsters he's never seen before.
Oh, they're both hurt.
Heading through the village, we can find a note to the
She's annoying though.
townsfolk. They had ordered the president's daughter transferred away, as they were aware that an American agent, Leon, had been sent to retrieve her. They also theorized that a third party could be involved, but they keep that party a mystery for now. We can find a farm nearby that holds some blue medallions that we can shoot for the merchant. The merchant will give us a new pistol if we do so. This is just a small optional side quest, and these were far expanded upon in the remake.
I was going to say, Remake does a lot more of them. Some of them I really liked in Remake. Other ones I was kind of like, this kind of sucked. I'm not going to lie. You know?
As we head down the hill, we can find another collection of houses where we locate a prisoner inside. It's not the president's daughter, but a man named Luis Serra.
A little rough, don't you think?
Love Luis. I love Luis. Yeah.
Not like them?
No. You?
No. No. You?
Okay, I have only one very important question.
Rebels!
You got a smoke?
Luis is
I
a
gribbles.
sarcastic sort of rapscallion. He's quick-witted and always has something to say, even in the face of death.
I love him.
And after we find him, Leon is
love him
immediately
so
attacked
much.
by a large man that Sarah calls
hi.
the Big Cheese.
The
This
Big
man is actually
Cheese.
Mendez, the local chief of the village.
Vitorius
Leon is
Mendez.
incapacitated and seems to have been injected with something while he was out. When he wakes up, he and Sarah are tied to a chair. Luis Serra already seems to know about Ashley, the president's daughter. He heard that she was being kept in the church. Luis tells Leon that he used to be a cop, but he quit because he was sick of putting his life on the line. A ganado interrupts their conversation, though, and the two manage to get away unscathed.
It's so funny. Is that ever even remotely talked about again after Luis says that? Because it's just straight up a lie, isn't it? There are so many layers to the plan that just, yeah.
Luis runs away, and Leon tells Hunnigan that he's heading back to the village. We can then backtrack through the forests since we were carried away after being attacked by the chief. We end up finding the same
dynamite.
chief's manor in the hills. Here we can find an insignia key that will get us inside
Waiting
the
for umbrella
secret
before I went
passage
under.
in-
So in the original, I don't remember if he's an umbrella researcher in the original. He is absolutely one in Remake, but I think he was just a scientist in original. I don't think he ever actually said explicitly that he was working for Umbrella.
the village that all the ganados wandered into.
Yeah, that's a Remake
Through
thing.
notes, we can find out that the villagers seem to be serving someone
Which
named Lord
I felt fine.
Sadler.
You know,
The chief himself was ordered to capture Leon, but to keep him alive, something that the chief protested. As we head out of this room,
they
the
should have
chief
killed
himself
Leon.
shows up and chokes Leon. He lets him go and tells him that he carries the same blood as them, possibly referring to the injection Leon was given earlier. He also makes sure to remind Leon of what he already knew, that he is an outsider.
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless, you're an outsider.
something I miss about RE4 Original's voice acting too. Not that 4 Remakes is not bad by any means, but something about like the villains' voices. Maybe I just like cheesy action hero villain or cheesy action villain type voices instead, you know?
Hunnigan calls us and tells Leon that a religious cult by the name of the Los Illuminados are involved in this whole thing. We can then head back to the village and use the secret passage to get to the church.
Yippee!
But of course, it isn't as easy as just
won't
waltzing
open.
inside.
Whoa.
We need to get a specific crest that will fit in the door. Heading down a nearby path, Leon sees the villagers dumping one of the cops' bodies in the water. He takes a boat across the lake and is attacked by a giant fish monster called Del Lago. This is our first boss battle of the game, and in terms of boss
sucks.
battles, it's a relatively easy one.
It
Our boat quickly gets caught
sucks.
on the beast as it pulls us around the lake. We have
It
to
sucks.
avoid obstacles in the water and use our harpoons to attack it.
I hate
Del Lago
Delago.
will eventually try to swim at the boat, and if we get
Oh,
hit
my
at
homies
all,
hate
then we have
Delago.
to swim back by completing a QTE. If we manage to spear enough harpoons into the thing's back, though, it eventually dies. But sinking into the water, it almost takes Leon down with it before he
Tell me you did not shoot the water? Of course I did. I had to show it off, you know? I had to show off the cool thing.
cuts himself.
For those that don't know, before fighting Delago, if you shoot the water right in front of Delago a bunch of times, he'll pop up out of the water and kill you.
free of the
Which
binds.
is really funny.
Once Leon reaches land, he coughs blood into his hand and passes out in a nearby shack. We can see the infection coursing through his body as he wakes up, but this turns out just to be a bad dream. Hey, maybe Leon just came down with a nasty cold. He passed
he's
out
fine.
for 6 hours, and Hunnigan
Yeah, it's only 3 in Remake. 6
clearly
hours
thinks
in
that
this.
must be connected to the blood comment the village chief made to Leon, but he just brushes it off.
Maybe that has some connection to what the village chief was talking about.
Can't say.
He is a professional after all.
Yeah,
and there's
professional.
work to be done. This actually
He's got things to
begins
do, guys.
chapter
He's got to go
2
become a
of the
VTuber.
game. While the remake would introduce distinct chapters that broke up the game into sections,
I like that more.
The original game was split into 5 total chapters and smaller subsections within those.
Yeah.
Upon completing each subsection, you'll be given some chapter completion stats and the opportunity to save, as well as these blown out, really stylized images for the intermission screens.
I always really liked those. It felt like I had just cleared a stage in the arcade, which I think is probably what they were going for. I wish RE5 also did something like that, you know? I would have been.
Once we regain
RE5
control,
copied
Leon
RE4 a
finds
little
an
bit more.
anonymous
When's
note in the
RE5
file
Remake,
that
Capcom?
tells him to
I
search
want
the
it.
nearby waterfall for an item that might get us into
Especially
the
give
church.
you tempt.
We're also given
tempt you
a
to shoot in the
warning
water. Yeah,
that
yeah,
an El Gigante is being weaponized
No, El Gigante. El Gigante.
by the locals. And as we leave this building, it's nighttime now, and things have changed.
Things
the
have
first
changed.
Ganado that we see bursts its head, and out comes a writhing parasite.
Why is the regenerator music still playing? I'm still like.
Called the Las Plagas.
Ooh,
A completely
there it is.
new threat has been introduced, and the Ganados have effectively leveled up.
Yup,
When
there
these
they are.
parasites spawn from the Ganado's body, they take a lot more
Are
hits
still on the
to kill,
regenerator.
and the wriggling
Hi,
tendrils
Belmore.
can whip around to
Welcome
attack
back.
us. They're far more damaging and far more dangerous. The amount of Ganados that change into Las Plagas are seemingly random, though.
I think it is just like a flip of the coin kind of thing.
Some will
know?
and some won't. It seems like shooting
It
them
seems
in the
like
head
it.
increases their chances.
Life
to
was going
change.
on. You're good.
So
Welcome back.
using the knife or
We're glad
body
to have you.
shots from here on out is a bit more sensible. But this change, much like the introduction of the Hunter in Resident Evil 1, or the pouring in of the undead in Resident Evil 2, or the threat of safe room interference in Resident Evil 3, massively adjusts the stakes.
Yeah, because the big thing is like it changes the status quo of here are the common enemies that you're fighting. These are now upgraded or have a potential to be upgraded.
The Ganados are no longer just fodder for our pistol. In an instant, a fight that we thought wasn't that difficult or dangerous can turn into a threatening ordeal.
Yeah,
And
which
if
is
there was one
crazy.
consistent theme throughout the series that these games have always done well, it's setting a status quo at the beginning and then shattering that status quo at a later time. The status quo in Resident Evil 4 was that the Ganados were basically the undead of this entry, though maybe a bit stronger. By this point, we've probably
Oh my
gotten
God,
used to
Lewis just
fighting
went
them
crazy.
just a bit. But now, all that has changed, and we've grown uncomfortable once again.
Yeah.
This series, if anything, is a master at keeping
Always
you
gotta be
in
changing
an
it.
uncomfortable zone, never letting you get your bearings.
I guess the stream so
and
far.
always
Well,
keeping you
yeah.
on your toes.
Let's go for the victory
With that new
royale.
threat
True.
properly assessed, Leon trudges through the waterfall and manages to grab the insignia that he needs. We can then take a boat back to the merchant and start heading back towards the church.
And that is where you can get the red 9 in Remake.
But this isn't
got
just
aimbot on,
any
true.
bland backtracking section. We have another boss battle. We finally get to see what that note meant.
And I think
by
we
the
grabbed
villagers
the rocket
having some
launcher, too.
Strange weapon in their arsenal because we're about to go up against the El Gigante. This is our second boss of the game, and it's definitely a David versus Goliath ordeal.
Quite literally.
This 50-foot beast will stalk us around the arena and try to squash us, grab us, stomp us, any of the primordial movements that you would use to squash a bug.
Yeah.
Of course, we dodge these and can do enough damage to reveal the parasite inside of this thing. We can target it, but we can also stun the monster and crawl onto its back to deliver slicing blows to the thing trying to escape its skin. I love the design of this boss.
It's
mostly
so gross.
because it's just a big dude.
It's just a big dude.
And it's all very simple.
Yeah, very much
It's
so.
not a mechanically complex fight, but there's a lot of ways that we can go about it.
I also really, really like that you could walk between his legs. Because it's like, where's the opening? There it is. It's right there.
It's also a terrifying monster to go up against, and probably one of the most iconic bosses
that happens
in
too.
this game. You may have
Ooh, El Gigante, most iconic boss in the game. It's up there. I'd say probably top 3.
I've never played Resident Evil 4, but you've definitely seen a picture of El Gigante at one point or another.
Oh, I think that's
and
fair.
it's in part to just how well the enemy itself is designed. It's got a striking look, especially with the massive parasite coming out of its back.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's
it probably
gross.
helped that it looked like the cave troll from the Fellowship of the Ring. Also, if we helped the dog out earlier, then he'll come back
It's
during this
Grabbles!
fight to assist us in taking down El Gigante.
It's Grabbles!
Once we finally take him down, we can head
There
back
he
to the
goes.
church and solve a small puzzle to get inside of a side room where Ashley is being held. Ashley immediately lashes out at Leon, mistaking him for one of her captors. Once he invokes the name of the president, though, she goes with him willingly. Hunnigan has a chopper ready to go to exfiltrate us from this hellish landscape, but as the two try to escape the church, they're interrupted by Sadler. He introduces himself to us and states his goal.
How funny would it be, though, is if you actually get to that chopper and never see Luis again?
He wants to stick it to the United States
You know.
to show them that they don't control the world.
Hey, it's that dog.
No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnapped the president's daughter in order to give her our power and then send her back.
No.
They injected Ashley with whatever power they have and plan to send her.
No.
They injected Ashley with whatever.
This guy's face, dude. This guy's face never ceases to make me laugh, you know? Oh my god, I love this guy's face so much. He's so funny looking.
Power they have and plan to send her back to the U.S.
T-Po's version
This
of
is the
Sadler's,
same
yeah.
injection that Leon was given when he passed
Oh
out.
my gosh,
when the
dude.
parasite inside them hatches, they'll be
Dead
at
inside
the
and
will
out,
of
yeah.
the Los Illuminados. The two make their escape
Reaching
through
for the last
window,
Pringle in the
and we have to
can.
make our way
Save me
through the
some, what the hell?
hordes standing outside. Heading back into the main part of the village, the two are diverted to a lone house standing in a
What the hell is going on with this dude's face? What the? I saw that out of the corner of my eye and I was like, what's happening? It's happening to all. Yeah, this one, it's happening to this one, it's happening to this one looks normal. But like this one in the back, you can see, what the heck?
in a field.
Oh, hey, maybe he didn't play with the
Unfortunately,
HD
chopper
mod.
Isn't arriving anytime soon as home base has lost contact with it.
Oh no.
We still need to head to the extraction point and get to the new chopper, but for now, the goal is to survive. Another horde of Ganados are swarming in on Leon and Ashley, and the two manage to take refuge in the lone home,
I see the
where they
president
find
equipped his daughter with
Luis. He, of
ballistics.
course, makes a pass at Ashley
Yeah.
immediately.
Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude!
Hey, he did say he was a ladies' man.
Listen, it's an incredibly sexist comment. It is an incredibly like out of pocket statement, but it's so funny and so iconic. I'm just saying, okay?
Luis and Leon team up to protect the house, and we
so
have
funny,
this
dude.
awesome defense sequence where we kill tons of
Ballistics
Ganados that
detonate.
swarm
I'm
in through the
screaming.
windows. We can bar the entry points briefly with bookcases and furniture, but they'll eventually get through. The villagers even end up coming in through the second floor as they quickly use ladders to enter the higher windows.
Apparently
This
so.
whole sequence is just so much fun.
It's
and as soon as
scary.
we learn how satisfying it is to headshot one of the Ganados, we yearn for the time when we'll get some value out of our weaponry by slicing down huge groups of them. So this sequence feels like a fan service of satisfaction as we're just allowed to go guns blazing and take out all of them.
I always made a comment about it that it kind of felt like they were trying to normalize the game because they want you to have a certain amount of ammo by this point. If you're low on ammo, then you'll leave this with more ammo than you came with. If you're high on ammo and recovery items, then you'll leave probably with a little less than what you came in with, but still a good amount. And that was always my opinion because they're trying to prepare you for either the Chainsaw Sisters or the other El Gigante that you have to fight.
After defending the house for long enough, the horde backs off. Luis immediately leaves because he forgot something, and Leon and Ashley must trudge through the forest.
That's right, because it rebalances your loadout forcibly.
Since the bridge they took
because it's close to the end of chapter 2
out.
as well.
One of Resident Evil 4's greatest strengths
Equalizer.
is its pacing. The game
Yes.
never really stops.
Good.
And it's always able to keep the plot, the gameplay, and the environment moving forward.
And this is what I was saying before. RE4 is one of its biggest things is pacing. Literally the only problem it ever has for me, for the most part, is Island. It just feels like it overstays its welcome by about 30 minutes, like he said.
We're always pushing on.
Very good
and
statement.
Even in the moments where we might have to backtrack, the game never lets the places we've already been
The regenerator
stay
music
the same
is
for long.
still playing.
Even when we started backtracking to
Dude,
the
it's
church
so
before, we were
creepy.
immediately given the gameplay change
It's so
of the Las Plagas.
creepy.
And soon after, we were given the El Gigante to keep things fresh.
Yeah.
The game feels like it's terrified of you ever feeling like you've done the same thing twice.
I mean, yeah.
And Resident Evil 4 succeeds in that area because the whole game feels fresh. These areas never get stale, and the game always finds a way to increase that pace or those stakes. I should also note, gameplay has wildly changed since Ashley has joined our little survival party. Since our whole goal here was to save Ashley, we need to protect her at all costs while she follows us around.
Damn it.
This means that she can take damage while we're fighting enemies. She can get carried away by enemies trying to recapture her, and she can end up standing in front of Leon and getting killed. Now, it's not exactly a hot take, but I hate escort missions in video games.
What? Do you hate Ashley too? That's crazy.
Who doesn't? It's just annoying to know
The water
that
room
you're
does it
going
too,
to have
yeah.
this other character that you have to keep safe, one that might not be able to properly take care of themselves on a battlefield. Depending on how it's implemented, it could be very cumbersome or go really smooth. I usually dread these types of sections in a game because I know that it could represent a tiresome chunk of something that was going really well.
The gameplay is improved by 20-fold with the suit of armor additional costume you can unlock. Can you get it in Remake as well? Because I never went for all the achievements in Remake. That is it's just one of the games I just didn't do it for. Because I think I got really salty about the gun game ones. Because like I was really, really not enjoying the shooting range. The shooting range was really pissing me off. You know, shooting range was making my life a nightmare. I just could not do it. For the life of me, I just could not do it. So I kind of quit it and never went back. So
well, I should not have dreaded Ashley's implementation in Resident Evil 4 because it's fantastic.
Ooh,
I very rarely accidentally killed Ashley in battle because she was always ducking out of the way of my shots.
In original, yes, 100%. In Remake, for some reason, she feels like she gets in the way, you know?
When you aim towards her, she'll crouch to avoid getting hit.
That's crazy.
And once I figured this out, I adjusted my shots accordingly. She can also get carried away, at which point you'll have to shoot the person carrying her.
Oh, and this
so that
happened
she'll
in
be
Remake as
dropped.
well.
Again, this is just as simple as targeting a different enemy. And because Ashley tries to avoid damage, she's not just getting hit all the time, and she's not incredibly easy to kill. Of course,
Do you hear about that with Remake? That's the other thing about Remake is that happened in Remake because I went to go find her and she kind of just like disappeared. And I was looking for her and I just straight up couldn't. Like the dude jumped out of a window to get away from me.
It's like we would Leon with various herbs and combinations, but Ashley never felt like a burden on my playthrough. She fit in very well with the game, to the point that at times when I would rescue her, I wasn't worried about the sections to come. On top of that, we can order Ashley to hide while we're fighting to keep her even more out of the way.
Yeah, keep her out of the way.
But this all goes so well simply because of how intelligent the AI for Ashley is. It
Something
constantly
like that.
reacts to your moves to make sure that she isn't a burden on Leon. She should be an added challenge,
Yeah, I think that's fair,
but not an overall burden.
Yeah, challenge is a good way of putting it because like she is a gameplay mechanic, you know.
This is in contrast to a lot of escort missions
pact with the team
in
to have
games
such
that
implementation,
design
something like
their
that,
escorted
right?
characters as function.
So much TMP ammo used. Oh my god.
Incompetent pieces of drywall.
That's crazy.
Characters that don't react to the player or the world in the way that they should. I feel like escort characters can often feel like a burden in games because they represent something that is getting in the way of you having a good time.
Very true.
And while Resident Evil 4 can be scary, a lot of it is you having a damn good time facing the challenges that the game throws at you.
I don't know why, dude. But seeing him just like body shot everybody and just hold down the trigger shooting the TMP is like sending me.
Its gameplay is so satisfying
You know what I mean?
that you constantly want more encounters and bosses.
Look at
A glutton
Bro,
that
he's going
just can't get
crazy!
enough Resident Evil 4. So a character that joins us only to slow us down, get in the way, and make life harder should represent a shift to that dynamic. And it would have been easy to make that deliberate choice because disrupting the fun that
Challenge, yes,
we're
burden, no.
having
Yeah.
would put more pressure
I think that's the
on
better
the
way of
player
doing it.
and lean on the intensity.
How old is
of the
Ashley?
game.
Ashley is 20 or 21. She's like end of college aged. I know she's in her 20s. I just can't remember if she was 20 or 21. Somebody in chat probably knows, but she's definitely 20 or 21. So she's an adult.
But Resident Evil 4 never feels like it makes that choice.
Second outfit,
because
nothing
it
like
isn't
tactical
here to
lycra.
harm
That's
us,
crazy.
But to show us a good time.
Yeah.
And when
21.
games don't put extra attention
Wait a
into
minute.
this, it show us a good time.
I see what you're doing. Son, I see what you're doing.
And when games don't put extra attention into this, it creates a bad relationship between the player and the character that is being escorted. People suddenly hate that character. Dude. And Resident Evil 4 wouldn't work nearly as well if everyone just hated Ashley.
I mean,
we will have to guide Ashley through a lot of Resident Evil 4. A large portion of the game is just an escort mission.
To be fair, a lot of people do talk about
like it is. And if Resident
Ashley
Evil
sucking,
4
you know.
is an escort
Hi,
mission,
Jungles.
then it is the best damn escort mission I've ever played, aside from Death Stranding.
I was gonna say,
leaving the house
Death Stranding
behind,
kind of feels
Leon
like
and
an
Ashley
escort
will have
mission
to
at
head
times
through
too.
One of two paths. A note nearby explains that one path contains an El Gigante and the other some Ganados. This is a choice given to the player, but I would imagine most choose the non-El Gigante path since we literally just fought one.
Always
and
fight the El
don't wanna
Gigante.
do it again
No,
right away.
always fight the El
Also,
Gigante.
heading down this path allows us to fight a new mini-boss in that of the Bella sisters. These are
the
two
Chainsaw
sisters,
Sisters.
bindings around their face, wielding chainsaws. And of course, they crave decapitation, specifically Leon's head being separated from his body.
Ooh.
They're not a huge threat and not really that different from the Dr. Salvador enemies that we fought earlier, though coupled with the fact that there's a horde of Ganados pecking at us as well, it can be a difficult time.
That is where it can be incredibly annoying to deal with them. I don't think we died to them, but we definitely had a few situations that were like very scary. I think in Remake I died to them, or I got hit by one of them or something because I was trying to parry one and then I parried something else and then their chainsaw went through. I mean, can't you just clear one path, go back and clear the other? Yes, yeah, we did that in original. Because it's not a thing in Remake. Was here for a while, but been distracted. Listen, it happens.
Even if this
happens
boss
to the best
fight
of us.
is a little disappointing, though, it won't be for long, because another one is right around the corner. We can find a note alerting us of an upcoming ambush, but Leon and Ashley have to head to this building anyways, because they need a way through the next door to our new area. Here, they are in fact ambushed by the chief himself.
It's funny because I think I died in this fight in original because I just thought that I could get away. I think this fight was harder in original than it was in Remake, which is weird because I remember it being the reverse of that.
He's finally decided to take Leon out,
you know,
but Leon manages to take him out first.
Hasta luego.
Hasta Hasta luego. I love the generic like dive sound effect that Leon uses for every action in the game, you know?
This unfortunately does nothing to the parasite-infected man, who only transforms into an even stronger beast.
Ugh.
We can fight Mendez and blast him full of holes in this burning warehouse, but he gets separated from his own legs and uses his new parasite appendages to swing around on the crossbeams above him. We then have to keep our distance from him and try to shoot his swinging body as it follows us across the building.
You don't have any grenades? Oh,
I just love this fight so much. I love the way it changes and develops as the fight goes on.
It is a fun
I love
fight.
The set piece of the burning warehouse.
Yeah.
I love the design of Mendez. It's just so good.
Agreed.
It also
set
helps
piece
that they have been
of
building
the burning warehouse has been good.
Mendez
And
as
yes,
a threat since the early stages of the game.
it is a very satisfying fight for this exact reason, for having that build up there.
And he definitely lives up to that threat. Mendez happens to
thank you.
drop his eye when he dies, which is good for us because the next door has a retinal scanner required to get through.
Ew.
Leon uses the eye to get through, and Ashley and he are chased up the next path.
Ew.
This leads them across a drawbridge, and their only option is to close themselves inside this new area.
And that is the end of
castle,
chapter
which
2.
also starts chapter 3
Yep.
of the game. The castle is very distinct when you compare it to the village, and it's probably my favorite area in the game. The two sections are at almost complete odds with each other.
Yeah.
First of all, the village has this theme of being an outsider in a foreign land. The unruly wilds are at odds with us and Leon. It feels like the
It
civilization
was right. Chapter
is
3,
fighting back
yeah.
against us.
Yeah.
Nature itself feels as if it repels and pushes against our presence. The wilds surround us. They take us in and they spit us out. The castle provides both a similar and opposite feeling. This place, too, will repel us and make us feel uncomfortable, but that's because it's man-made. The castle feels out of place in this modern world. We feel like it's from a different time, not a different location. Enemy appearances and weapons reinforce this feeling. Resident Evil 4 is masterfully crafted to make us feel like an
Not the canon area.
outsider in every way possible. This is the thread of the game.
Not
and
the
each area
canon
puts its own
area.
special spin on this idea. The castle is cold by nature.
Yeah.
Drab stone wraps nearly every surface of the outside
I do hate
areas.
this one.
The
Yeah, the canon area
insides
is so
are
annoying.
decorated
Yeah.
lavishly, but with paintings, artifacts, and rituals that we don't understand. The lack of comfort comes from the unfamiliar construction and furnishings rather than the fauna and culture.
In some ways, it almost feels reminiscent of being stuck in the Spencer mansion for the first time, because you're coming into this really lavish, extravagant home that you know nothing about. You don't know how it was built. You don't know the people that live here. And it's in some ways, obviously not entirely so, but in some ways it feels very reminiscent of it, because it's scary in the unknown, because it's a home should be warm and inviting and you should feel comfort in it, especially escaping from the village. And then you get into this in that same environment and it's terrifying.
But the castle is an imposing structure, a massive labyrinth with traps and halls that twist and turn. It's probably the closest that Resident Evil 4 comes to feeling like a traditional Resident Evil game.
That's what I was
that
saying.
mostly comes from the fact that we are indoors.
Yeah.
Heading into the castle for the
That's what I
first
was
time,
saying.
we're met with heavy resistance.
Oh, water
from
room.
hooded men who not only attack us with flails and shields, but also use catapults to launch flaming balls of hellfire at us.
Yep.
We have to change our fighting style just a bit in the castle.
It
Since the enemies
sucks,
sometimes use
dude.
protection, we need to favor precision over quantity. Or you can just panic and start shooting the shield until it's destroyed like I did most of the time.
True.
Once we get into the castle proper by activating a cannon to destroy one of the doors, Leon updates Hunnigan on their new situation. But the communication with her is quickly cut off. No outside help for now. Deeper inside the castle, we find Luis. He determines that Leon and Ashley's infections have progressed too far. He needs to go back and get something.
I will say this is another misstep for Resident Evil 4, where Luis dropped not only, I think he has the Plaga sample, but he dropped the suppressants. And it's like, I wish they just gave like a different explanation. Because this just feels like they just wanted Luis in this scene, but didn't know how to explain why he would have to split off again. You know, or just make it be like, here's the suppressants, use these. I still have to go get one more thing and then have him go get it. Because then when he shows up later, he can be like, Leon, I got it. And it would have had just the same impact, you know?
Basically a cure for this virus, and leaves without elaboration. Once we finally get inside the building, we're greeted with the lavish and almost colorful interiors. But a new enemy is here to introduce himself.
Salazar.
A small man greets us and says that his name is Ramon Salazar. Salazar is only 20 years old, but both looks 80 and 10 at the same time. He's clearly working with the Los Illuminados, as we can see the cult has wriggled its way in here as well. He wants Ashley. For some reason, the whole organization does, but Leon is just a pawn to them, so they'd like to quickly...
What do you mean for some reason? We found out already. Sadler literally explained what his plan was. While Ashley is infected, send her back to the U.S. That way that she can either infect other people or so she can kill the president and then they can control the U.S. kind of thing.
See him killed.
I've been expecting you, my brethren.
No thanks,
bro.
Our way to Salazar is blocked, though, until we find some medallions that will fit in the door that he's raised. We can find a note nearby from the cult talking about the fact that they need to apprehend Luis. He stole one of their samples and their vaccines. They think he may be working with the mysterious third party who we will soon finally meet. After this, we fight a new boss called the Garador. More of a mini-boss, this tortured soul seems to be bound and chained by several different mechanisms. He's sort of like an Iron Wolverine with long...
Did he say that line in Remake? I don't think he did, which was a shame. That's why I was saying, like, there are bits and pieces that I'm like, man, I really love, like, RE4 Original for the cheese, and then it's like they remove some of those lines, and it makes me sad.
Long claws that swipe and scrape. He takes nearly no damage from the front, and we have to specifically target the parasite on his back. Further along, we get this awesome sequence where we're swarmed by enemies and we have to lower a stairway to a higher platform. We then have to send Ashley to activate some switches and raise platforms that we can travel across to get to the next area. I don't know why, but this sequence is just so iconic to me. It stands out in my mind even after all these years.
It's because it is. Water Room is one of the most terrifying rooms in the entire game of RE4. It is one of the hardest. I think you fight maybe the most amount of enemies comparatively to anywhere else in the rest of the game. So
Resident Evil 4 was one of the only games
the right hand line
that I already played when I started this series of videos.
Unfortunate.
But for some reason, I still remember this sequence. Maybe it's the widening of the castle, this seemingly impossibly sized room. Maybe it's the moat of water that just seems otherworldly. And
it is funny though, because when you think about rooms like this, it's like, how does this exist in the castle? Like, this does not make sense structurally.
Unrealistic. Maybe it's the new enemy designs in this section and how they form shields like a phalanx around the attackers. It's equal parts intense, trying to kill enough of these guys that we have time to operate the crank, and terrifying as the attackers utter words in a foreign tongue. It's also particularly intense to balance defeating the enemies that are trying to attack us, while also trying to keep Ashley from getting captured on the higher platform. After we enter the next room, we meet the merchant once again, but there's a strange blue door sitting beside him. This door will take us to the target practice area. There are 4 of these throughout the entire game, and these rooms will allow us to play a short game of target practice where we shoot the autos and try to avoid Ashley.
I liked this one.
We get more points for headshots and better scores if we manage to hit all the targets. It's an incredibly fun little mini game, one that shows that the team were confident in their shooting mechanics. So confident that they knew people would want to do more of it. The reward for completing these mini games are, of course, more currency to spend at the merchant, but also these rows of bottle caps.
Gotta love bottle caps.
Are just little models that can be viewed from the pause menu. They're really cool little figures, and they even have little speakers that will play voice lines from the characters they're portraying.
Leon, now!
Did you
send out those invitations? I told you no more than 50 people.
I love games
I don't
that give you
remember.
optional things
I
like
don't
this.
remember him
It
saying
feels like
that
games
ever.
did away with 3D models as a reward years ago, but it feels like it gives the player a moment
really
to
does.
appreciate the design of the character outside of actually playing the game.
Hey, Kane, thank you so much for the super. I didn't know, often you know Avalanche reviews, but he didn't like OG RE4 because the tonal shift and loved Remake because it was a lot more serious. So it's funny because like it's kind of why I like RE4 original, because I like that it's a little bit cheesy because it doesn't take itself too seriously. Because even some of the older Resident Evils don't, you know, like they know they're like a little bit like goofy. And I do like the tonal shift. I do think making it more serious and honing in on some of it is really good. But I do think there is something lost in translation from taking RE4 original into RE4 Remake. Not that it's like, oh my god, this game is trash. Oh my god, it's like significantly worse. I miss it, you know? Where's RE5 Remake? God, I wish. But thank you for the super. Arigato.
I'm not sure why developers stopped putting these kinds of things in games, but please bring them back. As we head towards the next section of the castle,
JJ.
Ashley is separated from us by the traps in the building. She manages to get caught in some restraints on a wall. Of course, we now need to save her.
Of course.
Leon
of
gets
course.
a call from Hunnigan on his codec, but we quickly realize that the frequency has been taken over by Salazar.
Oh no.
He warns us that they've let out some insects down in the sewer, a new enemy.
You need the right balance of cheese and seriousness, or you just get something lesser. So it's funny because I think we have neither of that. I think RE4 original, it is serious like the majority of the time, but has, I think, more cheese than probably it needs. Whereas it's the opposite probably in Remake. If Remake had just a little bit more cheese, just a few more one-liners from Leon, if Leon wasn't so depressed the entire game, you know, like this is Leon's like, man, I've seen some shit. So I'm just going to be like, well, I don't care because I've seen some shit. It can't get worse than that. And the other Leon's like, I've seen some shit. Every day is a living nightmare. Every day I wake up and I can feel my leg and my arm. Why are we here? Just to suffer.
That we'll meet
you
soon.
know, like that kind of thing.
These creepy, crawly bugs inhabit the dank tunnels underneath the castle. They have the power to turn invisible and blend into the environment, so we have to notice small shifts in our surroundings to point them out. It also helps that we hear their nasty crackling and try to shoot them before they sneak up on us.
It is very frustrating. It is really creepy. Yeah.
They're a pretty cool enemy, and they feel distinctly Resident Evil. In a game where we've mostly fought humans or humanoid creatures, it's nice to see something that feels like it was in a fixed camera
They got the
Resident
kick.
Evil game. Making our way through the sewers, we eventually arrive back in the main room where a strange ritual is taking place. Within the castle halls, we'll actually find a
Freaking
note that
grasshoppers.
details
Yeah,
a
for
bit of
real.
Salazar's origin story. He is the 8th castellan of this castle, but his family originally took the rights and powers from the Los Illuminados, a religious group that had deep roots in this area. Salazar basically feels bad that they did this, so he found the Las Plagas, the parasite that they've used to infect all these people, and gave it to Lord Sadler.
It's funny because I feel like you only find out about this via notes in both games. It's never like in the forefront that Salazar's whole thing is he's from a royal family that owns these castles that like, you know, lived in this region and kind of like ruled over the villagers and everything like that. And his forefathers like locked away Plagas because they knew it was dangerous and screwed over Los Illuminados because fanatic cult. And then Salazar is like, guys, don't worry about it. Listen, you take over the world? I got you. That just gives him everything.
Hopes that he could atone for his family's sins. He's taken on the burden of
Yeah.
his entire family and plans to make good on the wrongs that they did. Through the castle, we fight more cult members and eventually find Salazar once again. He makes it clear that he is not infected with the parasite, that he controls the hordes at his disposal, not the other way around. He sets his goons on us once again.
Rocket
this time
launcher.
armed with rocket launchers, which they often use to blow themselves up accidentally. We
True.
eventually reach the garden where we meet a familiar face in that of Ada Wong. She's clearly the third party that Salazar and all the notes were talking about. Leon identifies pretty quickly that she's working for Wesker, though, and she escapes.
Love this shot. Love this shot. Like, it's so cool looking. And those are the types of shots that I think RE4 Remake needed more of too. Because like Ada and Leon's interactions in Remake, I think pale in comparison to original. Scenes like this are what we needed more of in Remake. We needed like this amount of cheese would have been perfect. About a nickel for every time RE4 an RE a noble family found a virus to take over the world. I have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. It's true.
Bit of advice.
What's up,
Try
accompanied?
using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Based on a nearby note, she seems to be working with Louise as well, so maybe she isn't entirely bad. She had him retrieve a sample of the parasite before we even got here. The group wants to take her alive so that they can
Ada is
question
more
her,
evil than
and that
Gray
means they
in
don't
this
need
game.
Louise anymore, so they order his death.
Yeah.
This happens pretty quickly after we find this note, as Louise dies a half second after we see him again.
True.
Leon,
I got it.
I got it.
Sadler kills him with his own parasite appendage. With his dying breath, Luis tells Leon that he was a researcher working for Sadler, but clearly they found out he was working for someone else.
God, so
he
much
manages
blood.
to give Leon a vaccine that suppresses the parasite growth, but Sadler has already taken the sample.
I wrote the
In the
script.
same room, we find Ashley being held. We can break her bindings and protect her from the onslaught coming through the doors so she can leave. When we do this, though, we're actually given control of Ashley for a short section. Ashley needs to make her way up to Leon.
I will say Remake nailed this section. This is so much better in Remake, this part where you take control of Ashley because you have the lantern, and I had way more fun with the lantern. Yeah.
But she doesn't have
Got the
any
name wrong. Yeah, because he
weapons
says
or ammo.
Lewis, not Luis.
I love this little piece of the game. For one, because the series has always tried to incorporate other playable characters into the game.
Yeah.
The sections where we play as Rebecca and Steve and Resident Evil 1 and Code Veronica respectively come to mind. But also, it's about how this section fully pushes the horror and tension of Resident Evil 4 to the max. We've been playing Leon for the entire game up to this point. And let's be honest.
I played
Leon
both OG and
is a
original. Yeah.
badass.
We played Remake last week and we played original the week before.
He's a killing machine.
Luis
He
and not
roundhouse
Lewis. Yeah.
kicks anyone who
Luis.
steps in his way. He blasts fools in the face. He smashes. He survives. He conquers. And you feel this when you're playing him.
I feel like Lewis's death scene in Remake. Wait, you like it more in Remake? I'm a little mixed on it because I like Lewis as a character more in Remake because they definitely try and build him up to be like buddy cop with Leon. And it is fun like that. I like going through the mines with Lewis. It definitely feels better in that regard. But like the way he dies, like a knife to the back, and it was a thrown knife, it feels kind of anticlimactic considering how he died in original, which was like the pause and then, what's wrong? And then you see the thing come through his chest and it's like, and it's this big, shocking, gasping moment of Luis dies in front of you. And the other one is, he gets, a knife to the back and then you have a Krauser boss fight. So it's like you don't even get time to like know what's going on and you're immediately in a Krauser boss fight. That's like one of the pacing changes that I didn't love in Remake. So I'm just saying.
It's a destructive force
What's up, D-Lee?
that leaves bodies in his wake. But throughout the game, we've been protecting Ashley, a college
Got a charger
girl
you
that
can
has
buy?
no
Oh,
bearing
damn.
on this world, no concept of parasites or rituals or what any
That'll
of
cost
this
you.
even means.
A little extra.
So when we
It's gonna be a little
suddenly
extra.
play her halfway through
What's
the
up,
game,
Kokichi?
stripped of all the ammo, the preparation, the safety, we are exposed. Our inventory has become a shield for us
Exposed.
throughout the game, a crutch to fall back on. If we make a bad move in combat and miss a few shots, that's okay, because I've been saving up ammo, and I can just reload. If we get hit one too many times and we lose
That's
some
okay, you
health,
can just use herbs.
that's fine, because I have a red and green herb combo I've been meaning to use.
True.
That's our protection. And when we switch over to Ashley, that shield is gone, and we are vulnerable once again. Ashley can move through these areas of the castle and run from enemies.
Was there a glitch to
but she
have
can
Ashley
also
suplex an
use
enemy?
nearby
If there is, I don't
lanterns to
remember it,
burn them
unfortunately,
alive.
but I believe you.
We also have to contend with a hallway full of animated suits of armor that are trying to kill us.
I believe it.
These generally just require a quick dodge QTE from Ashley to get away. Towards the end of this section, we
Yeah,
can
I
find a
didn't
note
love
from
that.
the butler that was working for the Salazar family. He believes that Salazar was tricked into siding with Lord Sadler because his family was the one that sealed the Plagas away in the beginning. But despite that, the butler feels that Salazar is too far gone since he has already accepted the parasite in his body.
Yeah.
Ashley then meets back up with Leon in a sweet reunion. Leon then gets a call from Salazar.
Is one of the things I don't like about original. I understand why they probably didn't do anything. Is Ashley walks by Luis's body on the ground, blood everywhere, the giant hole in his chest, and they don't even acknowledge it. Like, she doesn't have a line about Luis, you know, or Luis, and at least Remake Ashley does, you know.
Are in a really weird,
that's always
almost
a sad
fourth
thing.
wall breaking moment.
Why don't you do us all a favor and leave before the audience gets pissed off?
You're nothing but an extra in my script, so don't get too carried away.
We then move
I
on
love
to fight
those.
some animated suits of armor ourselves, almost get trapped with a spike ceiling.
No,
and
why
sleep
did he
some
shotgun
stone dragons
those?
in the lava room? Come on, it's a castle. It has to have a lava room.
One whole lava room.
This all allows
One
us
hole.
to eventually take a transport cart back to the start of the castle, where we can insert the medallions
Salazar freaks me out.
that
Yeah, he's
we've been
creepy.
picking up along the way.
He's creepy.
Heading further through the castle, Ashley is captured once again, but not by hooded members of the cult, but by the Novistador insects. This room is where their nest of sorts is, or at least one of them. A massive column hanging from the ceiling where these creatures spawn.
And luckily, you can destroy that.
This is a signifier of what's to come, because we'll soon head underground.
Yeah,
to
there we
contend
go.
With many of these beasts. For now, Leon takes down cult members organized in a nearby clock tower. We are finally face to face
Clock
with
tower
Salazar
confirmed?
again, and he's keeping Ashley captive. Salazar catches Leon in his trap, but of course, the man is too badass to go out like that.
Absolutely,
Underground
he
in the
is.
Sewers, we're met with a new threat, the Verdugo.
There he
monster
is.
One
This
of
one.
two that Salazar keeps at his side, cloaked in red robes. These two creatures are actually Salazar's mutated servants, one of them being the butler that wrote the note from earlier. The Verdugo, though, is a Plagas-controlled mutation, one that's covered in a metallic-like skin. This means that our normal shots don't do damage to it. We have to freeze the...
Oh, I hate that he just is doing pistol ammo, but I got
Down in
it.
the sewers, there are a few canisters that we can knock over to do just this. We also have the option of avoiding this enemy entirely by just waiting for the approaching elevator to arrive.
Oh, damn,
But
he
it
can
takes
just...
so long that we might as well do something while we're waiting. In all seriousness,
Oh, that was
this is a
weird. Okay.
pretty intense encounter.
This is what I was saying. This is one of my favorite encounters in the game, though. I genuinely do really, really like this boss fight because the tension, the close, tight quarters. It is a little bit trivialized because of Ditman, which is what we did in the my playthrough because it's just fun. But still a very fun time. Oh, he didn't get Broken Butterfly. Oh.
When we first meet the Verdugo, we are in a very small room, and its attacks can be evaded, but only with quick reflexes and accurate QTE presses. There just isn't enough room to even breathe in here, and the hallways don't provide much more freedom. This is by design, though. This is supposed to be a long, claustrophobic encounter, and on that, it delivers. After we take this
I hate the Mind Thrower,
we
dude.
see a scene
Mind Thrower
of
sucks.
Sadler giving some mysterious man new orders. He wants this man, named Krauser, to go get Ashley and kill Leon
Krauser.
since
Go get the
Salazar
girl.
seems to have failed.
Also, something I don't love about original. It's a little bit better in remake. I still wish they fleshed him out a little bit or just removed him altogether. Krauser as a character feels like he comes out of nowhere in the 4th chapter. He's not really mentioned ever. He's just a dude that gets introduced as, air quotes, a rival character for Leon, which I wish they just explained him better, you know? Do you get a headcanon from doing 5-star for all characters? The hand cannon? Maybe. I don't know if I did an original, or if I did, it was a while ago. Isn't he in the DLC? With Ada in original, yeah.
We'll then head through the mines.
What was Krauser's story? We got it canonically confirmed in one of the light gun games, which is Leon and him basically went to South America, I forget where specifically, and had their own basically Resident Evil adventure where they stumbled across, bioweapons. They fought a bunch of zombies and monsters and things like that. And it ended with Krauser getting slashed on the arm and infected with whatever it was, and basically being discharged from the military group that they were part of. And he hated it because he was like, oh, I'm fine. Like, just look for a way to heal me. Like, I'll be back in the fight. And he hated that. So then he betrayed the U.S. government for that reason. So
and have to fight technically another boss.
Absolutely, Repro.
2 Gigantes at the same time. It's really not that much to write home about. The only difference is that we can activate this large hole in the center to burn the Gigantes if we want to. A few
Only one of them,
full
though.
Of bugs and puzzles later, we can find a note.
Oh yeah, Broken Butterfly's the Magnum that you can get for free, which is always the one that I go for because it does more damage.
Ada signed with a kiss. She tells Leon that the Plagas can be safely removed if it hasn't hatched yet, but if it.
The remake version looks to be the same, except Leon was never there and Krauser was the only survivor. And Krauser trained Leon. Is their relationship in remake, from what I understand? Yeah, But yeah, Operation Javier still happened because if you read all the notes and such, it still did happen, and you can read that in Krauser's reports and everything like that. So yeah, you had to play the Wii Dark Side Chronicles game. Yep,
then it requires a risky operation to get it
weird.
out. Ashley's
That's
time
weird.
is ticking since she was injected before Leon was. Leon will make his way out of the underground and then head right back.
I always forget
underground
this is
again into some
Castle.
ruins where
This is still
once
Castle,
again
technically.
fighting Ganados. We have to hop onto a minecart and follow the tracks
Still
while
Castle.
taking out enemies, avoiding obstacles in our way,
Still Castle.
and successfully pulling off QTEs. I love this section because it's really just
okay.
high stakes action in the best
Yeah.
way possible.
It's not bad.
We're jumping
I don't
from
hate it.
minecart to minecart, trying to prevent enemies from jumping on, juggling multiple threats at once. It's so good, but also
It's okay.
it was the first time that I really started to become annoyed with probably the only thing I'll complain about with this game, and that's the QTEs. Now, I won't say that I hate the QTEs in Resident Evil 4, because there's a lot to love about
Okay.
them. First of all, the fast-paced aesthetic, the UI for the buttons, everything about the way these QTEs look are great. They're super eccentric and over the top. and
Yeah.
that's probably the best part, their style. But their
Stylized,
implementation
incredibly.
is just a bit too rigid. There is a QTE at the end of this mine section.
I do agree. There is definitely a lot of QTEs. I'm kind of glad that they got rid of them in remake. I think the time and era of QTEs is over. PS2 era, definitely keep those. That's fine. Absolutely go for it. But yeah, I think we're done with QTEs. I think that's a point to remake.
That requires you to jump from the cart and climb up on the other side of the track. If you miss this QTE, you start all the way back from the beginning of the mine section,
Yep.
which is just a huge pain.
It is a
Obviously,
huge
there
pain.
wasn't as much.
Hey, Crab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting. I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. We are reacting to the Resident Evil 4 retrospective, because we're going through the entirety of the Resident Evil main series. So pull up a chair, kick up your feet, and let's have some fun.
Quality of life in games back then, so the thought to just have the player reload before the QTE wasn't there.
Yeah.
But still, these QTEs are just far too rigid throughout the whole game.
Yeah.
And with unskippable cutscenes, that means we'll often be rehearing dialogue over and over just to get another shot at
Does the HD mod add skippable cutscenes? Because we definitely had that.
this quick time event. It can be kind of annoying, and I wish they
Yeah, especially
weren't
the
as
Krower one.
frequent as they are here. Whew. Now that that's out of the way, I can continue freely praising Resident Evil 4 for the rest of this
I like
video.
that. I do like that.
After we escape the mines, Leon finds himself climbing a massive statue of Salazar, jumping across its elevator hands to get to various switches in the room. Once we try to leave, though, the entire statue starts chasing after us, and we have to make a dash for the next tower.
And they got rid of this in
once
Remake
again
too.
Come face to face with Salazar. He plans to complete a ritual to finish Ashley's transformation, and of course, we're going to stop it. We climb a huge tower as plenty of cult members try to prevent
The effort they made with the
our
creative
ascent.
failures during the
At
Krower
top, we
fight.
see
Yeah.
that Salazar
I get that.
has already sent Ashley to another island, and he's going to complete his ritual to assimilate with this massive beast in front of us.
If you're going over the whole series, are you going to do Outbreak for RE9? The only reason I'm going to say no, which is really unfortunate, because like I want to play Outbreak, but I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it solo. I don't want to play it offline, because I've talked to a bunch of people that have played it, like my friend Maxi Lobes, and I've talked to Blockbuster Soup before as well, and they've both explained that playing Outbreak is literally you play it for the online experience, and I don't want to have to do all the hoop jumping that I have to do going through to get Outbreak working in a co-op scenario. And it's really frustrating that it never got ported. It never had an HD version. It's the online functionality for it's really awkward. So it's like I'm probably just gonna watch a bunch of playthroughs for it, or like an overall story thing, especially for Alyssa. That way I know a little bit more. So yeah. Watch videos. Oh yeah. Probably will try and watch something about Outbreak at the very least. Especially if your favorite son does it. Yeah.
Once he does this, we have our next proper boss fight against the mutated Salazar. We stand on a higher platform and try to shoot the eye of this beast. This will reveal Salazar's body, and this is where we can do real damage.
Yeah.
We can actually get knocked off this platform by the swinging arms here, and this will require us to climb back up.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
But I found that if I just stood back just in the right spot, I could avoid getting hit by these arms and just fire magnum rounds into Salazar until he was dead.
Yeah,
With
it's a pretty lackluster fight, but I preferred this one as opposed to Remakes. Remakes is just annoying.
Salazar taken out, Leon heads downstairs to find Ada waiting for him, jet ski ready, headed for the island that Ashley has been taken to.
And it's my
This
least
ends
favorite
chapter
part of the
4
game.
and begins the final section and chapter of the game.
My least favorite
Before we talk
chapter
about
in the game.
island, I'd just like to quickly talk about Resident Evil 4's pacing a bit more.
Yeah,
The game
I
does
think it's
a
fair.
really good job at setting up Sadler as the penultimate villain of this entry. Part of this is because each section of the game has its own distinct villain. The village section has Mendez,
yep.
the ruling chief of the surrounding area. The Muscle, the enforcer for the Los Illuminados, the man that wants Leon dead, even against his own orders. Salazar represents the opposite,
Castle,
the
yep.
controlling, manipulative puppet master. A man
I think Outbreak is canon for now, due to the thought that Alyssa plays a factor for Grace. Oh yeah, I think Outbreak has always been canon. They actually have mentioned Alyssa in canon before as well. She's written some of the articles that are in the Baker house in Resident Evil 7. So yeah. OMG, a Victorian child.
that cages us in his castle
That's
of
crazy.
traps and schemes. He has fun watching Leon and Ashley squirm. Sadler is sort of the happy medium between these two.
So the
A
Chronicles games,
powerful
more or
enough
less, but point
force
taken,
in his
yeah.
own right, but sat at the head of the Los Illuminados. He controls things from the top.
The specific events of Outbreak have never been confirmed, but they've never been deconfirmed, is the thing.
Watches as his captors.
There's nothing that happens in Outbreak that makes you go, that couldn't have happened.
Themselves from his machinations. Taking down Mendez is satisfying, and taking down Salazar is as well. But realizing each time that Sadler is still waiting for us makes us realize that these are only small fry. And the big one is on the horizon. Not only that, but each boss having their own area leaves Sadler for the end game, so that we aren't entirely worn out on him by the time we reach the final hours of this experience.
Yeah, it's not like they like throw Wesker at you from the beginning and they're like, here's the villain, you're gonna eventually fight him, which ironically is a problem with Resident Evil 5, because you know Wesker is still alive from such an early point that you're chasing after him, you know?
Leon and Ada head to the island, and Ada goes off to do her own thing.
File and Remake 2 that name drops a character from the Outbreak games. Some article that's sufficient enough for them to not rule them out completely. Oh, and like I was saying, there's an article written by Alyssa in Resident Evil 7. So
Leon is immediately contacted by Sadler as he arrives.
like at Wesker stay down, he's dead.
He basically tells Leon
he's dead
that
now.
he shouldn't be confident just because he took out Sadler's lackeys.
The one thing that I pray, if we get Resident Evil 5 Remake, do not undo killing Wesker. Do not undo killing Wesker. Wesker needs to stay dead. Absolutely, Wesker should stay dead. And if he doesn't... Ooh.
We then have to infiltrate the island.
I don't like that.
A veritable fortress in its own right.
I don't like that.
Distinct from both the village and the castle. The island is full of barricades and makeshift bases meant to hold off outsiders.
I don't like
Once
it.
again, the same theme carries through. We are met with new enemies again, though. Soldiers wearing bulletproof vests, manning crossbows, and even men wielding Gatling guns. They aren't quite the shakeup that the Las Plagas was, but they are stronger and more difficult to take down, especially since some of them wear helmets that prevent us from getting clean headshots.
And it's not necessarily like, oh, they're like people and like using weapons and things like that. I think for me, it's more so that just Island just drags on for a really long time, you know?
We move through the base and eventually get inside, where we find Ashley is being held in a cell. But before we make it there, we are met with an enemy that does shake things up.
Regenerator.
The Regenerator.
Yes!
The Regenerator just looks like a tall zombie with a larger than normal mouth. But the Regenerator is a bit more than meets the eye. When we first encounter these enemies,
dude,
we
how many
won't
shotgun
easily
shells?
Be able to take them out by just using the same method that we have every other
How many?
enemy in the game. We find out from
Dude, how many There's so
notes soon
many.
after this encounter that the Regenerators have parasites inside their body.
It is
that cause
crazy.
them to regrow their limbs.
It is crazy.
These parasites can only be seen with some sort of thermal imaging.
Yeah.
So we need a scope for our rifle that can do just that.
Yeah.
Once we have this, we have to target the parasites in the Regenerator's body. This puts the emphasis on precision, and while the Regenerators are slow, they are incredibly dangerous once they finally get up close.
Especially
Every shot missed
the Iron
sends
Maidens.
sweat running down your brow because you know they are just that much closer to getting to you.
Especially in Remake. I will say, I think the Remake Regenerators are a huge pain in the ass because they're not slow. They are like... and like they're running at you Mach 10 and have the stretchy fucking Luffy arms. You know, gum eat your ass in this bitch.
Once we explore the facility a bit more and cut down some more Regenerators, we can find Ashley's cell and
Iron
unlock
Maiden.
it with a
That's what this one is called. It has like spikes coming out of it.
nearby keycard. Once these two are finally reunited, we can get the hell out of here and make our escape.
I love this.
But of course, it isn't as simple as just getting
Another
out.
thing from
We have to
Ada.
jump into a trash chute, kill waves and waves of armored zombies, and fight more Regenerators before Ashley
just a
takes
few
control
more.
of a dump truck, and we ride in the back protecting the vehicle. We blast enemies off the back and ensure that the president's
never used the
daughter
mine
is
thrower.
safe while she gets her forklift license. Once we make it through
I
this
never
intense
used it.
sequence, we meet
Bye,
Sadler
Jungles.
once again. He has some sort of control over the parasite inside Leon, which he activates as Leon tries to attack. He also uses this influence to convince Ashley to come with him. Leon smartly puts a tracker
with the
on her
homing
before
upgrade is
she's
interesting.
taken away
It's got a homing upgrade? Whoa, I didn't know that.
again. We then see a scene with Krauser and Ada. Apparently the two are working together for Wesker under Sadler's nose. Leon then makes it to a nearby warehouse where he is attacked by Krauser. Leon knows Krauser. They actually worked together for the U.S.
Special
government,
upgrade,
but
got
Krauser was thought to have died in a plane crash.
Plane
he wants
crash.
the sample just like everyone
Died in a plane
else
crash,
does.
that much I
The
told
two
you.
battle it out with their knives, pretty evenly matched. Krauser lets it slip that this is all for Umbrella before he decides to shut his mouth, and Ada gets involved. Krauser escapes, and so does Ada. Heading out of this area, Leon...
Oh yeah, wasn't this cut from Remake as well? They give this to Ada, don't they, in separate ways? Because I don't remember doing this in Remake. Yeah. And the thing with him sitting on the throne, right?
has to make his way through a hall full of lasers. I absolutely have to imagine that this sequence was inspired by the first Resident Evil film.
I think it was.
Those movies have a weird obsession with the laser hallway, and they just keep coming back to it.
Yeah, it's really
Leon
funny.
can take a rest in the next room on a very
throne's still there, I think.
throne, imagining what it would be like to be king for a day. But he quickly determines there's no time for rest and heads out. We have another boss fight in the next area, a large cavern with a hanging sequence of storage containers and walkways. This is probably the craziest fight in the game, and honestly the most intense. These containers are split up into sections, each blocked off by a large door. We need to press the buttons to unlock this door and release the previous section to try and trap this large monster, the U3.
U3 is what it was called.
In it. We can't really defeat this thing quite yet. We just want to get away and send it into this large abyss that these containers hang above.
I think if you shoot it with the infinite rocket launcher, you just go through this section without it attacking you.
It's intense because we're constantly trying to find the next button, trying not to fall into the chasm below, and trying to get away from this monster all at the same time. We fight the monster fully on the other side of this chasm, but when it scampers up the cliff like a little rat and digs its way into the ground, we have a pretty great fight with it.
I think in the playthrough that we recently did, I just used the rocket launcher on it in phase 2. And it almost one-shot it, because it has a forced phase 3, and then you just tap it once with a handgun shot and it dies.
After this, we head back to the surface.
I kind of wish I saved it for Krauser. It would have been funny.
Again. He's keeping Ashley just past this area, but we need 3 insignias to get there.
Die,
There's
comrade!
2 in these ruins, but Krauser has the final one. We have to run through the ruins, avoiding Krauser's gunfire, while also fending off his attacks.
Rocket for the win, goddamn right.
What do you intend to do restoring Umbrella?
To bring order and balance to this insane world of ours.
Balance to the world.
A psycho like you can't bring order or balance.
You don't seriously think a conservative mind can chart a new course for the world, do you?
We finally confront Krauser on top of a tower full of explosives.
Conservative
He's using
mind.
the parasite to transform his body.
So that's not accurate, but it's, I think, retconned, but then also not. It's, I don't know if they mentioned it in the files in Remake. Does anyone know? Because like I'm always just assuming that it's left over from Operation Javier, isn't it? Because this has nothing to do with Las Plagas. This is Operation Javier, like the leftover from it, isn't it? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, and that's what made him become so obsessed with power, was the infection.
Definitely an unfair advantage, but not one we can't overcome. Krauser is a pain to defeat as he avoids almost all of our shots and uses his massive arm as a shield.
So I use the
We have to
knife
get around this shield and his dodging to eventually take him down.
I'm so glad we
If
got him with
do
the
so
knife,
before
though.
the timer runs out, we can unlock the door and escape. Sadler thanks Leon for killing Krauser, as he was apparently
Loyal
using
Sadler
him all
follower
along
in Remake.
and knew
Air
that
quotes
he wasn't
loyal.
entirely on his side.
8 times damage from knife? I don't know, but it was really funny because we just pinned him up against a wall. We would hit him twice and then he'd backflip, and then we'd hit him twice again and he'd just keep backflip looping.
He plans to use Leon as the same type of pawn once the parasite hatches within him. As Leon continues through the ruins, heading towards Sadler, our helicopter support finally shows
Mike!
up. He takes out a ton of the ganados for us, and Leon promises to get him a drink when they get out of here.
Thanks. When we get out of here, drinks are on me.
Yeah, hey, I know a good bar.
But he's immediately killed.
Poor Mike.
I don't know why this wrecked me, but it kind of did. I just thought it was so sad. Mike seemed like such a nice guy for all of the 2 seconds that we knew him. R.I.P. Mike.
Yeah. Not the recorder.
Through the ruins once more,
That's
Leon's
so mess.
parasite begins to take hold. Ada shows up and he almost strangles her, but she stops him with a knife to the thigh. He eventually takes some pills to suppress it. Leon finally finds Ashley again, being held in some containment pod. Sadler uses some type of force powers to blast Leon back, and
it's not force powers. He literally just like dashes at him and does a palm strike.
Ada shows up to help out. We manage to escape with Ashley while Ada holds the big man off. Nearby, the two find the machine that can remove the parasite from them. The procedure is successful for both of them, so luckily they're both in the clear. It's time to finally take Ashley out of here and get home. But that's not the end of it yet. Ada is being held on a construction site.
Loyal
strung
Sadler and
up
Mike
by
is
a
dead.
rope.
That was fast.
Leon puts her down, but Sadler is here. He makes his full transformation, and we see the grotesque final form that he has taken, a mass of limbs exploding from his head, a design that clearly reflects even the simple Las Plagas that we found earlier. But
you know what's so weird is I never complain about this transformation where like it's a dude turns into this and it's massive, you know? Or how in RE5, all the BS that they make with Ouroboros. But then RE6, it's the dude that transforms into a saber-toothed tiger and then a Tyrannosaurus. You know? That's where I complain. Because at least Las Plagas and Ouroboros are parasites, not viruses. So it makes sense that the parasite can grow and get bigger because it's growing. However, a virus does not grow like that. So...
taken all the way. There's many ways for us to do damage to Sadler. We can simply shoot the eyes on his legs, which causes him to fall. We can then use our knife to stab his real eye and do damage.
A guy transforms into a T-Rex. RE6 is a wild time. We will get to Resident Evil 6. Don't worry about it.
We can also lure him into spots where we can swing hunks of steel.
Dynamite just kept changing.
Once we do this enough, Ada will toss down a rocket launcher and we can destroy him just like we've destroyed all the other Resident Evil final bosses.
And it has to fit in your freaking inventory. It made me so mad, dude.
So far.
I had to like use like 4 green herbs. What about the G-Virus? G-Virus is like... G-Virus is a weird one that I'm like kind of okay with because it's only one person in one situation. And it's happening like throughout the entire game as opposed to like one dude that can still kind of transform back into a person. Whereas like Birkin is literally mutating throughout the entire game. You know what I mean? G-Virus, I give a pass because it's one dude with a progressive transformation of going that direction, you know? I give a pass to the G-Virus. The C-Virus, though, not as much.
Leon goes to pick up the sample and Ada takes it from him, jumping on
I love saving the rocket launcher special.
Again,
oh, can you really? I
didn't
know you could save it. That's funny.
She sets the self-destruct on the facility, and we have to make it out in less than 3
Transform back
minutes.
is what I didn't like. Me too.
We grab Ashley and head to the jet ski.
Yeah, I'm talking about Simmons.
An awesome sequence riding through the caverns and waves to reach the ocean before this place explodes. This game ends in classic Resident Evil style as the hero and his partner are ready to head off into the sunset. Before this happens, Ashley hits on Leon and he declines her because his heart is really with Ada. We then get a final scene where this is immediately contradicted as Leon just starts hitting on Hunnigan.
Listen, he loves Ada, but like he also understands. Listen, Leon's got some carnal desires, okay? You know?
Before I talk about the remake and give my final thoughts on this game, there's one more piece of the story that we have to talk about, and that's Separate Ways.
I'm gonna get rid of the
In the
candle.
PlayStation 2 version of Resident Evil 4, Capcom included a separate mode that you could play upon beating the normal game. This was called Separate Ways and saw you playing as Ada Wong, living through the events of Resident Evil 4. It
Candle
essentially
has
tells
been
her side of the story, what
unlit.
she was up to
Extinguished.
while we were running around trying to save Ashley. I won't go too deep into this because it's really only maybe 2 hours worth of a DLC.
It's fun.
That being said, it does
It's a good time.
recontextualize the game and a lot
Give
of
him a
its story.
decade.
The DLC takes place across
Maybe a decade and a half. Give him 15 years. Do Resident Evil 0, do Veronica, do 5, and then give us Resident Evil 9 and 10 at minimum. Then they can do Resident Evil 6.
5 missions that starts with Ada stumbling upon the village while they're burning.
There's
the body.
Wesker.
She gets orders directly from Wesker to
Kraus.
ring the church bell to get rid of the Ganados.
Oh,
Her mission here is to gather information about the
Kraus.
parasite for Wesker. In between missions, we get debriefings from Ada that
I'll be
fill in some of
55
the
by that.
gaps
Listen,
of
it
the
happens.
story.
It just
Their
happens.
theory is that people like Sadler and
Wesker.
Salazar are controlling the parasites through the use of a specific frequency, which gives Sadler the ability to do what he can do throughout the story. He doesn't have force powers, guys. It's just parasites.
Yeah, just
These are all
parasites.
theories at this point, though, and Ada needs to retrieve a sample of the parasite to confirm these theories. The second mission sees Ada going to rescue Luis because while he isn't working for Wesker directly, he is helping Ada get the sample that she needs.
True.
Most of this DLC is just retracing Leon's steps before he does through the same maps that we've already been through in his story.
And some funny situations where Ada puts certain items in certain positions so Leon can get them later.
Some things are changed around and our route is a little bit different, but it's a lot of the same areas that we've already seen.
It is just a
Ada
retread.
eventually saw Leon and Luis being transported and was the one that rescued Leon from being killed by Mendez.
True. Also, I mentioned this before because a couple of people have asked. We have not played these on stream yet. I am probably going to, if we need like a filler day, like if for some reason we need to delay one of the Resident Evils we're going to play, we'll go back and play these or other DLCs or other things that we may have skipped, just so we can kind of have more Resident Evil going, you know?
When she escaped, though, she was taken captive as well and was almost made a ritual sacrifice. She met with Luis outside of the house that he and Leon
Good
were
idea.
defending.
Yeah.
She pushes him to get the sample faster as she needs results. Ada's debrief tells us that she found Luis after she emailed him for help. He wanted out of the organization and was compiling
That RC
data
allows her to
on
wear
the
whatever she
parasite.
wants. True.
Of course, Ada wanted something in return for rescuing him, and we already know that she failed this job pretty miserably.
I got it.
The next mission sees Ada reuniting with Leon and her perspective on the hedge maze area. She was ordered by Wesker to
maze.
meet up with Luis to retrieve the sample that he had. He
Hedge
also ordered
maze.
her to kill Leon, but she, of course, didn't agree with this since she holds some affection for the former RPD officer. Ada eventually witnesses Luis's death, and Wesker once again tells her to get the sample while the cult is distracted by Leon's presence.
What's your opinion of Ada Mission, the DLC and remake? I like it. However, I pointed this out while we were playing remake, and I don't know what it is about Ada and remake. She feels like she doesn't get nearly as much screen time, and maybe it's just so they could, you know, make her DLC matter more, or like give her her own thing in the DLC. But like, she's not nearly as present in remake as I remembered her being. A lot of her stuff is given to Luis instead, and it's nothing against the new voice actress. I do miss some of the direction that they gave the original though, because I actually really like the new voice actress. I know a lot of other people don't, but I really like her. But I do wish Ada had the more cocky, flirty attitude more of the time. Because there's definitely some of it, and you can feel some of the tension, but a lot of the times it comes off like maybe they just didn't let her. Maybe they didn't let the actress like act it out. So that's how I feel, you know?
The fourth mission of the game sees Ada's quest.
Because again, they were trying to keep it serious. There we go. Brought it together.
Continue, but after she's found out
Not
that
cheesy.
Wesker has ordered Krauser to take out Leon. We travel through the only unique area in this DLC where we have to destroy a battleship.
I went and did this like when I went and 100%ed RE4 like last two years ago when RE4 Remake came out. I had never played Separate Ways. And this scene came up and I was like, whoa, I don't know this at all.
We take out various enemies on the island, and Ada eventually prevents Leon and Krauser from killing each other. In her debrief after the fourth mission, Ada claims that she is the one orchestrating this whole ordeal, making Leon feel like he is in control. But she says that he is a genius and is incredibly effective at survival.
Ooh.
The last mission begins as Ada sees
He's
the
just that good,
helicopter
guys.
explosion and reports Krauser's death to
Ada's
Wesker.
flirtation comes back in a little
Our
in
final
Separate Ways
mission
and
is
Remake.
to,
There
of
you go.
course, obtain the sample and clean up the aftermath. We do this by running through the island after Leon has already destroyed it. Ada then comes face to face with Krauser, who is apparently still alive. We have another boss fight with him on a series of small buildings.
I remember this being the stupidest thing in the world. Like this fight specifically being garbage.
It's basically the same fight as before, just
But I don't think I knew about the knife trick, so I didn't try
in a
that.
new area that utilizes Ada's grappling hook mechanic. Once she finishes Krauser off for good, she heads off and saves Leon from Sadler. We end up facing Sadler after Leon escapes. He's actually a new boss that can dash incredibly fast and deal a ton of damage. He functions a lot like his transformed self, though, in that he has the same weakness, an eye that tries to escape from his mouth.
Oh, she got bodied, dude. Just get the slams on the
Defeating
ground.
him, obviously not for good, Ada is captured. As Leon fights his final battle against Krauser off in the distance, we have to take...
I will say,
As Leon
huge cool that you can see this happening. That you can see this all happening, which is all I thought is freaking awesome.
fights his final battle against Krauser off in the distance, we have to take out enemies above him and eventually toss down the rocket launcher that he uses to finish the job.
That's neat, I
We then
agree.
get to see a scene where Ada flies off in the chopper. She sees the sunset as she's completed her mission and retrieved
I love
the
it. There's
sample.
5 seconds
A
left.
job well done, and a finale ending in a sunset. We get one final scene after the credits, another debrief from Ada. She was double, triple, quadruple crossing Wesker
Yup.
as she's actually working for another organization.
The
Wesker
organization.
has been trying to form his own umbrella after the fallout of the first
That
one.
was a sunrise.
The
I think it is
organization
sunrise.
Ada
I think
is
it's just
working for
the expression is sunset, but it is sunrise.
wants to find out what he's up to. She hints at a larger ploy down the line for them, but that will have to be for next time. I think this DLC overall is pretty good. I think the first few missions are a little weak because it does just feel like replaying certain parts of the main game.
We're finding out who the organization is. The organization. The
Though
organization.
Ada gets some unique weapons of her own that make it feel
The.
distinct, the last few missions of the DLC set themselves apart quite a bit. And I really like the idea of being able to see who was helping our main hero during the final boss battle.
Yeah.
Just being able to see Leon and Sadler fighting off in the distance is really
The
cool.
organization?
And it kinda
No.
feels like the ultimate culmination of the original idea for Resident Evil.
It's not Kingdom Hearts.
Two people traveling throughout the same environment and solving puzzles to make their goals complete. It also properly weaves Umbrella, or at least
Ooh,
what's left
that
of
was a
them,
bad
and
miss.
Wesker back into the overall story. Once we see what is going on behind the scenes,
What's up,
it
Denon?
really
Welcome
feels
in.
like there's larger things at play here. It also works to make the original game truly feel like it's from Leon's perspective.
It's 'cause it
The
is.
story is almost incomplete without it because Leon doesn't know everything.
So
He
no,
doesn't
then
need
no.
to know
No, we do not.
everything. He had one goal and one mission coming in here, to rescue the president's daughter, and he did that. There's also the incredibly fun Mercenaries mode, which allows us to play multiple characters across different maps. It's sort of a free kill mode where we try to kill as many enemies as we can before time runs out. I thought this one was pretty fun, but that the remake Mercenaries beat it out by quite a lot.
I mean, yeah, they had so many years to kind of just like play around with the idea of Mercenaries, and Mercenaries became a series staple after
Resident
this.
Evil 4 as a whole is a shockingly good game.
Well, I guess technically from
Before
3.
I can wrap up with my final thoughts, I'd like to talk about when Capcom
This is the
revisited
original
this game for another remake. Development on the remake of Resident Evil 4 actually began around 2018. It was originally being developed by a studio called M2, but was eventually taken over by Capcom in 2021.
Yup.
The game was revealed at a 2022 State of Play, and then was subsequently released on March 24th, 2024 for PlayStation 4, 5,
Oh, I thought it was 2023. Wait, RE4 Remake's not 2 years old yet? What the Sigma? Hold on a second. Yeah, March 23rd. No, March 23rd, 2023. It is 2023.
Windows, and Xbox Series platforms.
Lying to me.
Resident Evil 4 Remake
Lying
was
to
developed
me.
in the RE engine, just like Resident Evil 2 and 3's remakes. This means that it uses a lot of the same systems
Thought I
that
was going
those
crazy.
games did. It does feel a lot like those remakes, but
Yeah.
just with Resident Evil 4 mechanics. Of course, we can melee head kick enemies, we can suplex, but there's also a larger focus on the knife mechanics.
Yeah, the knife
Our
stuff is
knife
really
now
cool.
has a durability meter, because our knife will be incredibly important in this game. Whenever we are attacked or grabbed, we can counter this grab immediately by stabbing the enemy with our knife. This takes some durability away from our weapon, but gets us out of the grab quickly.
It's like the defensive items from Resident Evil 2. I don't remember if they were in 3, but yeah.
This is
Don't
probably
lie, I'd
one of
never.
the best
I
changes
would never
from
lie.
the remake because it gives us an immediate counter and an out from battle if we're overwhelmed. And it's very easy to get overwhelmed because just
Absolutely
like
it
the
is.
original Resident Evil 4, there are a ton of enemies. There are a lot of overall changes to general mechanics. We now have an auto sort system for our inventory.
Very handy. Love it.
So if you didn't like the sorting minigame that the original had, you can now skip it.
Yep.
There's a crafting system that allows us to make our own ammo or grenades. The merchant system has been expanded to put a larger emphasis on the types and combinations of gems that we place in treasure, making them more valuable.
So then you could do things like different combinations of things. So like using all of the same color of a gem gets you like bigger bonuses than using different ones. But obviously, like, you're not going to find only the same colors, you know?
We can now parry attacks with our knife just by pressing a button, which adds another element to close combat encounters. Instead of just the blue medallion side quest from the original, there are a ton of different merchant requests
Tons
that
of
we can
them.
take on throughout the game.
Some of them are great. Some of them are
These will
not
give us
great.
spinels, which are not directly sellable anymore, but can be traded for exclusive rewards from the merchant. There are new enemies, new collectibles, new weapons. The Resident Evil 4 Remake introduces a lot of new stuff, to the point that it actually just feels like its own thing.
It does.
Obviously, this was true of the previous two
I was
remake
gonna say with
games,
2 and
but those
3
were
remake.
obviously going to feel like their own thing because they were such a drastic
sides
difference
to
from their
every
PS1
story.
counterparts. But Resident Evil 4 Remake feels like a separate game almost, and I honestly had a hard
No
time
thanks,
determining
bro.
whether it was actually better than the original or not, because both games are really just going for completely separate vibes.
We talked about that before. Resident Evil 4 Remake definitely goes for the serious tone, very much trying hard to set itself apart in that regard, where 4 Original is very much a cheesy action movie in the best sense. And I think both of them succeed incredibly well. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Play both of them. I think they're both worth playing. They give you completely different feelings for playing them. I think Original has aged incredibly well, and 4 Remake came out 2 years ago, so it's not even that old. 2.5 years ago, so it's not even that old. So play it, enjoy it, have fun. Both are worth it. Enjoy yourself.
One of the
Be
biggest
spoiled for
changes
good
that
Resident Evil.
4 Remake implements is in that of its story. The game adds a lot in the form of cutscenes and conversations, but it does a ton of work to better flesh out its characters.
Like Luis.
One of my favorite things that the remake does is introduce these new scenes with Leon's infection. Throughout the game, as Leon's infection spreads, he starts to hallucinate a bit. And this eventually culminates in a scene at the end of the game where he carries Ashley to the machine that will remove her infection. First of all, I think these scenes better place us in the shoes of Leon and bring us closer to his character and what he's going through at this point.
Ironically, I don't know why I don't love this scene. I don't hate it, but I know a lot of other people are like, man, it's so emotional. He's carrying Ashley to the machine. Meanwhile, me being so fucking done with Island and being like, ugh, I hate this part. I'm so done with this section of the game. I just want to be done. And then seeing this and I'm like, oh, man, just let me out of here.
It also kind of feels like...
Does it just kill the pacing? Yeah, no, because it's only like a minute long, you know?
The team implementing ideas that they had.
I just didn't love it. It's a me thing.
Of Resident Evil 4.
You know?
Watching these scenes, I couldn't help but think that they looked strikingly like what they described in the hallucination and Hookman versions of the game. Speaking of those versions of the game, Resident Evil 4 puts a much larger emphasis on horror than the original game does. While Resident Evil 4 can be scary, the remake ensures that it puts you in a lot of dark, atmospheric environments to push that emotion even further. The section with
probably agree with that. Yeah, with this part.
And mausoleum is now even more terrifying, as the emphasis is placed on stunning enemies rather than dodging them or taking them out entirely.
Yeah.
This means that we can't exactly get rid of them. They need to continue to chase us around as Ashley wields this blue light lantern. The final sequence where she has to run away from a group of animated suits of armor without this power in her hands is intense and terrifying.
It is spooky.
The regenerators are now faster, meaning the encounters with them are far more intense than they were before.
And that's what I was saying, dude. These things are terrifying in Remake.
The regenerators in the original game were very effective at delivering a jump.
Yeah, see the freaking jump!
Clenching combat encounter. But making them a bit quicker and more aggressive means that every single shot counts.
Yup.
I found myself actually holding my breath while fighting these things.
I think I had moments like that too, even during the casual playthrough that we had for last week. And I was like, I would just shut up when I was fighting the regenerators, you know?
And whenever I missed a shot, I took an audible gasp of air as the thing got even closer to me. And as I've said with every one of these remakes, these games look fantastic.
Absolutely.
Resident Evil 4 Remake adds in beautiful lighting to make the castle feel more grand and to make the back halls and sewers feel more unsettling and grotesque.
Never played RE, but I'm thinking about buying it. Yeah, definitely give it a go. A ton of the franchise is on Steam. It's super easily accessible. There's a ton of games for you to play. If you like more of the action side, you got it. If you like more of the horror side, you got it. If you want a combination of the two, this is the good.
Some of the best work that the remake does, though, is in developing its characters further. The team took a new approach to Ashley, so that she doesn't just hit on Leon at the end of the game. The story works to establish her character as a teammate with Leon a bit further. Their relationship develops into a friendship more than a potential romantic one. Luis is more present in this game, even helping us in certain sections and living a bit longer. He's also given more screen time, so we get a bit more of that classic Luis snark.
Now where's the amber?
Fortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did.
Yeah, I freaking love him, dude.
Managed to hide it right before I got caught.
I love him.
Salazar.
I played the RE9 demo. It's not playable yet to the public. I don't think it is. If it was, I'd probably just avoid it because I know I'm gonna love RE9 anyway. So I'm kind of like, ooh, unless it's like how they did RE7's demo and then it's not actually part of the game, which is how I hope they would do it. So I probably would play RE9's demo and just assume it's not actually going to be a part of the game.
Has redesigned a bit to look even more like a little freak than he did before. Though he's not as goofy as he was in the original, you can tell the team were trying to take the character a bit more seriously across the board.
In general,
but by
RE4 Remake
the best work the remake does is in that of Krauser. In this game, Krauser's relationship with Leon is stressed a bit more.
Yeah.
Krauser actually returns in a game called The Dark Side Chronicles.
There it is.
A game I will eventually cover in the future.
Oh.
One of the sections of that game goes further into Operation Javier, where Leon and Krauser worked together. Krauser hints at their past in the original game, but the remake clearly establishes the mentor-protege dynamic between the two.
Which is a change for remake. It was not like that at all in the original. They were comrades in the original, where in remake it's more of a mentor-mentee.
Krauser is built up to be the overbearing teacher that is putting Leon through harsh trials because he feels that he's too weak and didn't take any of his teachings. The final battle that we have with him is built up even further as Krauser sets up a bloody stage for the two to fight.
Look alive.
Traps. The ruins now feel like Jack Krauser's little house of horrors or something as we wander through the place, getting jumped around every corner.
There he is.
And when we finally finish Krauser off, the two get a touching goodbye that puts a final end to their story. There's also a ton of new information in the game in the form of files, extra cutscenes.
Yes, lots of background information.
Dialogue. We get a lot.
We talked about this before, but the remakes for all of the Resident Evil games that have come out so far have absolutely delved more into what they want the story to be. Like adding tidbits here and there, maybe things that they were just like, we want to flesh this out a little bit more because it wasn't fleshed out enough in the original. And 4 does that a ton. But it also rewrote the canon stuff with Javier, because I think we talked about this before, that Leon was not part of Operation Javier in remake, but he is in the original.
A lot of extra lore on the Los Illuminados. We get extra information on characters.
Doing better to foreshadow things that they wrote later. Yes, I forget which game it is, but I remember seeing something about Tricell in one of the remake games, and it got me really excited.
When we eventually find Luis's lab, we can even see pictures of him working with Umbrella before he joined the cult. The main game of the remake does remove some things, like the U3 boss fight that was in the original.
Which I think is fine. I think that boss fight's kind of... It's not that it's forgettable, but it's like, it doesn't matter.
I wasn't really too upset about this because by the end of the remake, it had already felt like it was going on a bit long and needed to finish things up anyways.
Yep.
It's also worth noting that the game remixes a lot of its areas. While most of the areas are kept intact, their order is generally changed just to make things work a bit better for the narrative experience. Resident Evil 4 Remake also places a much larger emphasis on exploration. There's a particular chapter at the beginning of the game where we get access to the boat, where we can spend easily an hour or two just running around and picking up extra items,
all the goodies,
completing merchant requests. This was one of my favorite parts of the original game.
It is pretty insane.
How much it rewarded the player for looking into every nook and cranny.
Yeah, it is pretty nuts.
Exploring the world. The remake takes that up a notch, and it always feels like there's a reason to keep looking around.
Yeah, it's super fun. I really liked exploring the lake because it honestly felt like the best chapter in Resident Evil 5, which is when you're on the airboat and you're going around, the swamps in Africa, and you're going to all these different locations and exploring all the cool stuff.
The remake also improves the shooting gallery minigame. We now shoot pirates instead of Ganados and Ashley. This was probably done to make the minigame more realistic in world.
I mean,
why did the merchant just have a bunch of Ashley standees made on hand?
Don't worry about it.
Creepy, man. But also, these shooting minigames no longer give us currency for completing them.
Listen, don't worry about it.
They actually give us silver or gold tokens based on the score we got. If we managed to shoot these Deadeye tokens on specific targets, and whether we shot all of them or not. These tokens can then be used in a gacha machine, which spits out charms that we can then equip to our attaché case for different buffs.
And I never finished this. I cannot finish this, dude. Every time I've done this, I feel like I cannot get the shots that I need to aim. I could not get it. It was driving me crazy. So I don't know if I'll ever get all the achievements in this game purely for that. What's your favorite campaign in RE6? Probably Leon's.
Now, I will say that I do like the shooting minigame in the remake more than the original. This is mostly just because the shooting in general is improved, so it's a lot more fun from a mechanics standpoint.
Yeah.
But I don't like the way that the rewards are implemented. I would get really excited when I got an S rank or a really good score on one of these mini games, and then kind of bummed out because I realized that
it's just
all I was
gotcha.
gonna get for it were these lame ass case charms.
Yep.
The charms themselves are pretty cool, but most of their buffs are rarely ever that interesting. Some of
Do you know, what's funny is I looked up Ditman was found out that Capcom put a soft reference of RE4 Remake. Yeah. So the movement speed. So if you get the striker, you put the striker charm on the case and it gives you a movement speed buff.
of
Which
them
is
are really
crazy.
good, giving us a higher critical rate with our knife, giving us money off of weapon upgrades, or reducing the amount of gunpowder required for crafting. But we end up getting a lot of them, so if you want to make the best use of them, it would make sense to switch charms off before you're going to craft or upgrade weapons, which gets in the way of the flow of gameplay.
Yeah.
It also just feels like a more satisfying reward for this system would have been more gems, treasure, item attachments, or even spinels. While the actual minigame itself is fun, and I still would have completed it just for its own sake, it would have been nice if this was as rewarding as it was in the original. Resident Evil 4 Remake also sees the return of the challenge system from Resident Evil 3. We have a ton of different challenges we can complete.
And they're all basically just tied to the achievements for the game. And it's probably why I'll never finish them all.
Which range from simple things like completing chapters to finding hidden objectives in the game.
Yeah.
We get points for these, which
That's
can
what
be
people
used
to the
to
end of
unlock
humanity,
viewable
really.
models like the original game's bottle cap figures.
Yep.
We can also unlock weapons, outfits, accessories, all kinds of cool stuff. Resident Evil 4
I actually don't
just
know how
has
much
a
CP
really
I
good
have.
idea of its own systems, and it masterfully ties all of those systems back into each other to create this incredibly rewarding dopamine.
I just want to go through RE4 and RE4 Remake
leave.
with an infinite rocket
There's
launcher.
so many
and just
things
kill
to
everything.
unlock,
You
to
know?
complete, to find.
Just let me do
Hidden
it.
treasure is all over the map.
Give me that rocket launcher.
Medallions and requests are everywhere.
I don't even think I unlocked the infinite rocket launcher in Remake.
Rewards await you around every
Whoopsies.
single corner. It completely
Leon's romantic
magnifies
outfit?
what made
Yeah,
the original game
absolutely.
so fun and addicting. Resident Evil
I think it was
4
part of the
Remake
the
does
pre-order
also
bonus,
remove
too.
the QTEs from the original game,
Which is a
We
plus.
can still fast press a button when being grabbed if we don't happen to have a knife on us, but that's about it. As you know, I wasn't a big fan of the QTEs
Yeah, double
in the
grab.
original, so this was a good change in my mind. The game also remixes a lot of its bosses. Salazar is
An
no
RPG is
longer a
peak.
stationary
Yeah.
fight on a platform. The monster
really dislike this fight. It's just, it is objectively a better fight. But I hate how much he moves around because it's such a big area for him to move. And it just feels, it felt so
now
awkward.
moves
I died like
around
3
and
or 4
slings
times in
itself
this
across
fight.
the room and whirls its body at Leon. The final fight no longer has annoying bridges that we have to jump across. It now takes place on several long platforms across the water. And when we finally beat Sadler, we have to destroy this sort of internal pod while his tendrils try to grip onto their last.
I never really
signs of
got
life
that.
by trying to crush us. The ending is also a little bit different, with Ada actually turning on Wesker and taking the sample for herself. Leon even makes sure to name drop the upcoming DLC in the finale.
Yeah.
I think we both know this. It's where we go our separate ways.
He said the thing.
Speaking of separate ways, the remake had its own version of separate ways. And while it's difficult to say whether the original Resident Evil 4 or the remake is better, it's much clearer with the game's DLCs.
Ooh.
Separate Ways Remake is miles better than
Hey.
the original.
That's what I
Mode
was thinking. I
was
really liked
basically
it.
just 5 little missions that saw you running through mostly the same paths as Leon, with one
He said
new
the thing.
level in that of the battleship.
He said the
Its
thing.
strongest addition was in that of narrative, but the Separate Ways Remake actually feels like its own distinct version of the game. It actually starts before Leon arrives at the village. Instead of having Ada just show up as Leon gets there, she's already there rescuing Luis. Ada also has her own personal boss that's exclusive to this mode, that of the Pasanta, which is really just U3, but we actually fight it instead of trapping it in a box.
Yep.
U3 will track Ada throughout the game, and each time we encounter it, we have to defeat it while it toys with Ada's mind.
Yeah, we get these like hallucinations where it follows her throughout the game.
Creating hallucinations to confuse us.
Oh, whoopsies.
This all eventually culminates in a final fight that's actually pretty difficult.
The U3 fight.
It gets split into 2 phases. Once we defeat the main body, we have to attack this sort of detached Plagas that digs underground. It's obviously a slight evolution of the U3 fight.
Yeah.
It's cool that this boss was included here. There's actually a ton of stuff that's included in separate ways that was removed from the original game.
Yeah, it felt like a good way to put a lot of the stuff that they cut from the main game back into the game because it just didn't fit narratively. You know?
I'm not sure if this was their original plan or if they decided to do this after releasing the base game. The laser hallway is here, the smashing columns obstacle, the drill chasing us down a hall, just a bunch of things that weren't included in Resident Evil 4 Remake. And it's not like I was playing the game and wondering where these were. I was fine knowing that they were gone, but when I started Separate Ways, it was so cool to see these little references return.
Yeah, just everything come back.
Speaking of the laser hallway, this section actually comes when Ada infiltrates a Los Illuminados lab and finds a test subject that is so strong it can only be killed by the lasers, which of course means we have to lure it into this hallway, and it is one of the coolest scenes in the entire game.
I remember really enjoying it. And just the lasers shred through this thing.
Wesker also shows up physically on the island instead of communicating with Ada through codec the entire game. This leads to some pretty intense scenes between the 2 characters, and it makes Wesker a lot more of an intimidating presence in the long run.
That I will 100% agree with. The remakes have been doing a better job of establishing an overarchy or a hierarchy of like the villain type stuff, especially showing Wesker in this capacity. It's like, he's alive, he's here, he's badass, he's gonna fuck shit up. It does make me sad though, because we get this and we never had Code Veronica, so like the remake of it, so we don't actually get to see him fighting yet. It's just him showing up and being menacing.
Separate Ways basically plays like Resident Evil 4 Remake though. Ada takes a bit more damage when getting hit, just like in the original, but she also has her grappling hook, which is used a lot better in this entry. In the original, it could be a bit awkward to get the prompt to pop up, but here it's great. It works perfectly.
Basically, she could do takedowns and melee attacks from way further away than Leon because she could use the grappling hook, and it works great.
Ada can also use it to close the distance with enemies, making melee finishing attacks so satisfying.
Absolutely.
She also uses it to melee attack enemies, which results in some absolutely insane scenes.
Like Attack on Titan style,
yeah. That Separate Ways does is work to further Luis's character even more, though.
Yeah, Luis is the big winner of RE4 Remake in general. He's developed more. He's in every campaign. They give him more cutscenes, more backstory, more development, more voice lines. It's great.
It shows.
Do you think they'll do RE6 Remake? Not for a long time, but eventually, probably.
How far he was willing to go to help out Ashley and Leon, even running into a burning part of the castle to try and retrieve the serum for their infection. The remake version of this DLC also just has a ton more narrative cohesion. A lot of the original just felt like it was trying to fit Ada in where they could and jumping around the base game to the points where she was involved. But in this version, Ada is off having her own story, her own adventures, her
separate
own problems, and then getting involved back in the main narrative when she needs to. It all feels a lot more smooth and cohesive than it did before. There's also a post-credit scene where Wesker learns that Ada has gone rogue and decides to let her go. He has plans of his own, and this ending on his massive ship in the middle of the ocean feels like it properly sets up Wesker's return for maybe Resident Evil 5 Remake.
It's what we're assuming, especially because it's, you know, him setting up Tricell and him working probably with Excella. I think Excella's in a cutscene somewhere.
This DLC just feels so unique, and it's things like this that make these games so great. The fact that this story is only $10 is insane because it's very polished,
Also the graphics,
very well
Jesus.
made, and just as fun to play as the main game. There's also a Mercenaries mode in
Guess
this
5
game, and
Remake.
it is one of the
I
funnest
want it.
extra modes I've played
I really
in
want
a
it.
video game.
Genuinely.
You play one of 5 characters, 7 if you count the extra 2 characters for Ada and Leon's costumes. These characters all have different weapons and starting gear types.
Oh, the
Leon
Krauser
starts with
weapons.
a pistol, shotgun, and rifle, while Luis
I don't think
starts
I
with
did
a Red
these.
9 and a rifle. Each character plays a bit differently, each also having their
Yeah, I
own
never did
special
this.
mode that they can activate once you've gotten a certain number of kills and charged up their bar. Leon and
super.
Ada's seem to just give critical hits more often and give you more points for headshotting enemies.
Makes sense.
Luis's is the worst because he can just place dynamite for a short period of time, which never works out like you think it will. Krauser's is the most insane because you can activate his parasite powers for a brief period of time and just absolutely decimate enemies.
Wait, that's so cool. I never did that.
You obviously get points for killing enemies, but you get more
What's up,
time added to the
Inochia?
timer for getting headshots and
Hi.
kills in your special mode.
That's so
After
cool.
you kill a certain number of enemies, a boss will spawn. These are different based on the map you're in. The castle will have zealots spawn, while the island has some sort of golden chainsaw man that attacks incredibly fast and is easily the most intimidating enemy in the whole
Damn, that's
game.
insane.
This mode is just so fun. You get rewarded a ton by being able to unlock characters under certain conditions. Hunk is even in this mode.
Better than
and
classic
that's just
Mercenaries
awesome
where you
to
just
see him
dash
return
attack.
in another one of these. It's honestly really hard to put down because you're just constantly chasing a higher score.
All right.
It's one of those
Maybe I'll
things
have to
that you
revisit
just
it.
can't even believe is packed into this game that already has a ton of great polished content. And suddenly there's an extra mode that you can easily sink a ton of hours into on its own. The remake as a whole is just an incredible experience. I think my only complaint with the whole thing is that it just doesn't have as much of that campy charm as
That's what I said. I've been saying this. Oh, I've literally been saying this the whole video,
the
dude.
original. But that's the sacrifice that you pay for trying to take the characters a bit more seriously.
Yeah.
It's a trade-off.
It's
in
the
end,
trade-off.
And I think it honestly puts the game on an even field with the original.
I agree with
Both
that because they're two different things. You know, 2 different games completely. One of them has that classic B action hero cheese, and the other one has that much more serious tone that they're going for to tell a serious ongoing story that they're trying to recreate Resident Evil through. So.
Games are just 2 flavors of the same ice cream. It's the same ingredients, just a different additive at the end of the day results in 2 products that look the same but taste wildly separate.
I like that.
And this is the last of the remakes that I'll have to talk about for what I assume is a while. And I just want to say that all of these games are fantastic. Of course, 3 has its reputation.
Sure.
And it doesn't fully deliver on the Resident Evil 3 experience. But the fact that games like RE1 Remake, RE2 Remake, and RE4 Remake exist is insane.
Yes.
That Capcom
absolutely.
is going to these lengths to remake these games from the ground up, that they're putting in this effort, this
so
money,
good, dude.
and that they're doing so well is great to see.
That's why I continue to buy them because I really like them. They're doing really well. RE3 Remake? Where? It's crazy that they just skipped RE2 Remake and just went right to 4. You know, they were like, Leon?
Because we see a lot of remakes these days,
I know.
and a lot of them end up so tonally different from the game that they're trying to recreate. But I feel like for a long
comrade.
time now, Capcom has had a very good hold on their games and why they succeeded in the first place.
I will say, in that same light, there are a couple things that I'm like curious about. One, if we do get 5 Remake, how are they going to handle co-op? 2, if they do Code Veronica Remake, how are they going to handle Steve and Claire? Is it going to be a single player game, or is it going to be like how they handled Jill and Carlos in 3? Resident Evil 0 Remake, which is another rumored one, is that going to be co-op now, or is it going to be like it was in the original? I would prefer co-op personally. Honestly, what they could do is remake 0, use it as a test for 5. I'm just saying. But then the other one that's really big is we're getting the new Onimusha, which is not a remake, but it is a new game in Onimusha, the series, or a reimagining. And it looks a lot more akin to something like Sekiro. or even Souls-like combat, where it's a lot slower, it's a lot like more parry focused, which I don't remember Onimusha being like that. I did play the first one. It has been a while since I have played Onimusha 1. I never played Onimusha 2, but maybe we'll replay Onimusha before Onimusha comes out. So I kind of hope they don't do co-op and just have the character select for RE5, but do co-op for 0 and make it peer-to-peer instead of server-based. Yeah. I would say so too.
Wait to see what they remake next, and I really hope it's Code Veronica. Resident Evil.
I want 5 remake, dude. 0 and Veronica need it more than 5, but I want 5.
4 remake was met with critical praise on its release. Most praised its graphics.
What, just close to DMC style of action gameplay, right? No. Maybe kinda in the original. But like this new one definitely looks more like Sekiro, so
it currently has a 93 out of 100 on Metacritic for the PS5 version of the game.
Deserved.
The remake also did well with fans, selling 3 million copies in the first 2 days of release.
Yeah.
And 9 million copies after 8 months.
Yeah, to this day.
Resident Evil 4 is an important game.
Oh, agreed.
Not just because of its quality, but because of its legacy. Resident Evil 4's goal was to innovate, and that was clear from the start. Mikami wanted to make something new, something fresh. He saw Resident Evil going down the same path that many series do.
When is RE9 coming out? February 27th, which is my debut anniversary for this model.
Complete opposite approach.
So I'm really excited for that.
Everything that they did originally and tweaking it to create a different mold. This mold would be the blueprint and inspiration for many successful series down the line.
Real.
Inspiring Gears of War, Dead Space, and Uncharted. Resident Evil 4 has a reach that extends far beyond its own franchise. It affected and changed.
Saying it inspired Gears, I was thinking about that for a second. I don't know how true that is about Gears, but I definitely agree about Dead Space, maybe Uncharted. That might be pushing it.
The gaming
Dead Space,
landscape
absolutely.
For the foreseeable future. While some games dare to touch perfection, not many can lay claim to that accolade. And Resident Evil 4 does dare. There are very few things in its entire runtime that I can find to even complain about if I wanted to.
No.
It's rare that I want to play a game again by the time I finish it. Once I'm done with the game,
Back?
I usually
I don't know
want
what
to
that is.
move on to something else, to take some time away from it and breathe some new air. If a game is really good, then maybe in a few months I'll think about returning to it and giving it another go. But Resident Evil 4 was a different story.
You finish it and you're immediately like, let me go again.
Again, as soon as I finished it.
I was the same.
I wanted to play separate ways. I wanted to play the Mercenaries mode.
Yep.
I wanted to try the Wii version. I wanted to try the VR modes. I just couldn't get enough. I've talked about this game's narrative, its gameplay, its style, but it's quite hard to articulate why this game is just so addicting. I think it's mainly because the game just perfectly nails how to reward the player effectively through visual cues, satisfying boss battles,
the sound effects are really good too.
More resources,
the sounds,
story moments, fun set pieces, and most importantly, hordes of enemies to kill.
Lots of people to kill.
It's an assembly line that perfectly constructs a dopamine meal, and playing Resident Evil 4 places you directly at the end of the conveyor belt. I can't really exactly agree that the Resident Evil series was in a slump before this. I enjoyed Code Veronica, and the only game that I didn't really like was 0.
Oh, before original? I mean, 1 had such great critical success, and then 2 had even bigger critical success, and then 3 didn't have the success of 1 or 2, and then Code Veronica didn't have the success of 1, 2, or 3, and then 0 had even less success than those. So 3 games in a row of underperforming the previous game, I think that's a little bit of a slump. Because like 1 is happenstance, 2 is coincidence, 3 is a pattern. You know? That's where I'm like, I think they probably were in a slump, but it was so early that it was fine, because immediately after 0, or I mean, technically you could say remake, because he's only saying 0 and Code Veronica, because you could say, because 1 remake came out before 0, you know, and one remake was definitely a huge step in the right direction. 4 if you count that Survivor game on the PS1. Well, I mean, I'm not including those. I'm talking about main series only.
And I can't say that looking back, I wouldn't have preferred more fixed camera survival horror games, but that's mostly because those games have fallen out of favor with the wider gaming audience today.
I've seen so many people go back and talk about Resident Evil and be like, I can't play this game. The tank controls, the camera angles. And I'm like, bro, please.
I do wish Capcom would have continued developing more of those on the side, but I say all
give
of
us
this
one.
to make the point
Give
that
us one.
I'm not sure I would have taken the pitch for Resident Evil 4 before it released. Let's change this dedicated survival horror franchise into an over-the-shoulder shooter and focus it more on big set pieces and action.
I do like that.
I would have been entirely against that, and I would have been wrong.
Yeah?
Resident Evil 4 was one of the most successful video games of
all time.
It
Of all
received
time.
critical acclaim on release with a 96 out of 100
Yep.
on Metacritic for the original GameCube version of the game.
Which is
It
insane.
won multiple Golden Joystick Awards, multiple Spike Video Game Awards, and
Spike
Famitsu's
Video Games.
Grand Prize for the year. By the end of 2005, the year of its release, Resident Evil 4 had shipped 3 million units across the GameCube and PlayStation 2.
Which is insane for the time.
And its legacy persists to this day.
Absolutely.
As many consider it among the best video games ever made, constantly achieving spots on those meaningless lists from the likes of IGN or Game Rant. But while Resident Evil 4 did not try to recreate the magic of their early successes, the next few years would prove that Capcom was trying to recreate the success of Resident Evil 4. But we'll talk about that next time.
We'll talk about Resident Evil 5 next time. Bye, son!
Thanks again.
Guys, if you enjoyed this video from your favorite son, be sure to go like, comment, and subscribe on his content. They do amazing video game recaps, behind the scenes retrospectives, as he calls them, and as I like to call them as well. They do a bunch of amazing stuff. I'm actually going through some of his other stuff for other series that I don't think we'll ever go through on stream. But friggin' fantastic content. So yeah, bye, son. Whip. Wow. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, so obviously that brings us to the end of Resident Evil 4. We made it to the end of Resident Evil 4 specifically. We have had a freaking incredible time with the series, and yeah, it's been great so far. I know a lot of people really enjoy have really enjoyed these retrospectives, these playthroughs and things like that, and I'm really glad to keep sharing the passion of Resident Evil with you guys because it's one of my favorite video game series of all time. So the Revelations video is next week. Yes, so the plan right now, because when I was originally making my schedule for everything, they didn't have the Revelations video. The Revelations video was not out, you know? So I planned next week's streams around the Revelations video not being there. So it's looking like we're probably gonna watch the Resident Evil Revelations video on Monday. Monday is what I'm thinking is gonna happen. So yeah. So yeah. So it'll probably be on Monday is when we'll do the Revelations video, but we are playing through all of Resident Evil Revelations tomorrow. So if you guys enjoy these, if you guys have enjoyed playing through all of the Resident Evil franchise, the main series at least, with me so far, be sure to tune in tomorrow. It's going to be a long stream, probably not as long as 4 Remake. It'll probably be in the 8 to 9 hour range, I'm thinking, but I think it is going to be a blast. I'm super excited to have fun, and then I'll finally be able to talk about who my co-op partner is soon. I'll finally be able to reveal it on Monday. So keep an eye out. It's someone you guys know. It's someone you guys love. And it's going to be a lot of fun with them. So please look forward to that. In the meantime, we're going to go raid into my friend Haka over on YouTube. He's playing through Hollow Knight. I don't know if he's playing it through the first time, but he's getting ready for Silk Song. I'm probably not going to be playing Silk Song at launch. I will probably play it later, just because I've got a lot of other stuff going on. We're going through Resident Evil. We're going through, Power Rangers stuff. We're playing games with friends. We're going through Pokemon. We're preparing for, Legends ZA. So, yippee! All right, guys, remember to follow Haka's rules and to be careful because he has different rules than I do. In the meantime, I will see you tomorrow, and I hope you all have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye! Oh, 9 p.m. CST. Always start time. 9 p.m. CST, 7 p.m. PST. Yippee! Bye-bye!